Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obaseki.
Tell them, let them know, say, won't lay back. Then they see us that they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know how far, Baba. I see they go. Oh, well, I'm all bad, Josh. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Aha! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on! Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú Jayọba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Àjẹ́wò la ọ̀jẹ̀ rí. Tell them, let them know, say wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀ kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then,
Every look on, don't turn, every look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers.
Okay now.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún léje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ati ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana, ejemeje, anamana, wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, eguma wego. Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo. It's a free one, be free, ayandaba, ayandaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
People think that we don't have money in Nigeria, but we do have money in Nigeria.
Yeah, but we don't have it.
All I'm talking about is that there should be some redistribution of this money. So if you're taking 5% from this first line charge from the federation account, where money is shared every month to the local government, states, and federal government, you just take 5% of that money at source and put into that particular fund. Then every worker across board, whoever you are, you also contribute 5% of your
but isn't that
income.
already happening
Listen to the
in
details.
this country?
Then all other businesses, I'm looking at some kind of a plan that is meant to solve some very, very difficult problems in Nigeria.
No, I understand that.
You know, so if we take those contributions and put in the fund, we are redistributing the funds, the money available in the system. Because if you let the money go to the local governments, go to the states, go to federal government, most of it are also...
That's why you're recommending that it be under the presidency, basically.
Yes. So if we have those steady income going into the fund that is managed not through any ministry, directly under the presidency, who wants to achieve some result, who wants to make a difference, the money will be there. And then people stop blaming chairmen, they stop blaming governors, they stop blaming the president, because the money will be there for those class of people that need money. They need money to survive, as I said before. Look, put it this way, if at the end of every week, some guy who is disabled or somebody who is unemployed gets, I don't know, 50,000 naira or 100,000 naira, at least, you know, you cut down on the possibility of frauds and of possibility of crime. Because,
and there is the important aspect of dignity, isn't there?
Of course, when people know that some money is coming, they wait. They won't become desperate as to steal or become involved in crime or whatever it is. And they know it's the entitlement. Just take, for example, when you have displaced people in various camps, they have no means of surviving other than just those handouts.
But if people have their expected income every week, and there's a problem in a particular area, they can easily leave that area, go to another area, because they have their credit card, and they know that money is coming at the end of every week. They don't have to be clustered in somewhere where they are treated like animals.
And this is what happens in the West, of course.
Of course,
I mean,
yes.
if you lose your job,
Yes.
you don't kneel down and start praying
Precisely.
to God. You go to the unemployment office, you sign on, they start to pay.
Precisely. They'll pay you. That's why those who are working should also be benevolent enough to say, okay, you know what, we're working, we can make 5% contribution towards this fund.
And that also goes to them when they retire.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It goes to them
So
when
it's
they
not
retire.
just them doing
or
something
it goes
for
to
other
them
people.
if they become unemployed.
Yeah.
Do you understand that? So if you have been working and you've not made any contribution to that fund, and you become unemployed, you cannot be entitled to receive any support from that fund. It's a very simple thing.
Yeah, but it would be compulsory though, wouldn't it? I mean, you would compulsorily take that
it
money.
is a compulsory,
bit like a tax.
Yes, it is compulsory for all employers and all agencies and all companies to do that. But you still find some employers who rather, pay and let the employees decide whether to make the contribution or not. Yes.
So the feud between Governor Simfubra and Nyesom Wike, I think it's plain out for all to see. His Excellency Nyesom Wike stated very clearly that he did everything. He bought the forms, he filled the forms, he determined exactly who will be there, that without him, Simfubra would never have been governor. So he did everything and Sim did absolutely nothing. And then felt that there was a total betrayal of that patronage, and so why should that be? But then, if there's something I've learned both from my spiritual understanding of life to life itself, even your own child, you cannot put that type of control on that child without the child coming back to revolt. And so we've seen, for whatever reason, a pushback, a revolt, and His Excellency did not seem to take it or which of the Excellencies, so Nyesom Wike did not seem to take it very well. And so there's been that break. Whatever agreement they had, only they can tell. But that obviously is a problem.
But you are one of the more respected voices, very measured, very sober voices in Rivers State. How would you go about solving that problem?
First of all, everybody has a place. And I think this is where we need to begin to understand that. First, let's take Simfubra. The place that he has today is that he's the governor of the state. Nothing you can do about that. So he's the governor. Allow him to govern. Now you decide if you want to be in opposition, and opposition has a place. Opposition corrects, it points out, and it says, this is not going well. So some people stay in opposition and then they correct. And if you are an ex-governor, if I were Nyesom Wike, as an ex-governor, what I would be doing for Simfubra, regardless of whatever differences we had, is that I would be pointing out and guiding, because you are first a PDP person, the governor there is PDP, and so you would like PDP to succeed. That's what I would do. So he has a place as an ex-governor to help, direct, advise, but I don't know about fighting.
I have a question. Why is it that the entire world has a problem with Nigerians? And Nigerians say they are smart, they work hard and all that. So can the world hate you because you work hard for your family and you make an honest living? Is that possible? Or you just want to go around saying the world hates us, or South Africans hate us, or people hate us? Why do they hate you? What is it that you're doing that make people hate you? Because everywhere you go, people have a problem with Nigerians. Ghana people have a problem with Nigerians. People in Congo have a problem with Nigerians. South Africans have a problem with Nigerians. Right now in Botswana, they don't want Nigerians anymore. Swaziland have a problem with Nigerians. Even their closest neighbor, Kenya, has a problem with Nigerians. The US has a problem with Nigerians. The UAE are deporting Nigerians as we're speaking. The UK has a problem with Nigerians. Everywhere you go, these people sell drugs, these people kidnap, these people rape, these people human traffic our sisters and use them for prostitution in other countries. These people are doing all kinds of criminalities, and they want us to love them. They want the world to love them. Is that possible? And when we retaliate, when we start to react to what they are doing, they call us xenophobic. Aren't they the ones who are xenophobic? Because they go around killing people in different countries because they are not their brothers, they are not their sisters. They are the ones who are xenophobic. You guys do not want to admit that you have a problem of drugs. You guys do not want to admit that you have a problem of raping. You guys do not want to admit that you have a problem of human trafficking. You guys do not want to admit that you have a problem of human sacrifices. You guys do not want to admit that you have a problem of hatred towards other human beings who are not your brothers and who are not your sisters. That is xenophobia. South Africans are not the ones who are xenophobic. South Africans are reacting to your xenophobia because you go to South Africa and you destroy lives there because those people are South Africans, they are not your brothers and they are not your sisters. That is xenophobia. What South Africans are doing is a retaliation to your xenophobia. What South Africans are doing is a reaction to your xenophobia. Maybe it's about time you guys actually educate yourself about the word xenophobia so that you can stop misusing it and use it in the right place. Because xenophobia is a sense of hatred and animosity towards people who are from a different country that is not yours. So you guys hate South Africans, even Nigerians who are in Nigeria, who have never been to South Africa before, they hate South Africans just because they're South Africans. And when they get a chance to be in South Africa, they come in and destroy lives. They come in and do all kinds of criminalities against South Africans just because they are South Africans. Now, where is the xenophobia? Who is xenophobic? You are the ones who are xenophobic. You guys have to stop crying and start fixing yourself. You have to start reprimanding yourself. You have to start condemning your evil ways. You even hate each other as Nigerians. In Nigeria, the Igbos and the Yoruba people, they don't like each other. There's been tribal wars against different tribes in Nigeria. Nigerians sold more of their people to be slaves in Europe without having guns on their heads just because they were doing business. So if you can sell your Nigerian brothers to be slaves, what more can you do to someone who's not from your country? You see, all I can say is this. The same way you guys sent Ghanaians back to their country during the Ghana must go bullshit is the same way you guys are going to be sent packing from South Africa. There are thousands of Nigerians who are in South Africa doing nonsense. And they're going to be sent packing. That time is coming. And no matter what you call South Africans, whether you say they're xenophobic or Afrophobic or whatever, it won't matter. Already there are many countries around the world who are sending Nigerians back to their country. They are conducting mass deportation of Nigerians specifically. Not Africans, but Nigerians in particular. Because you guys are the cause of your problems. You guys go around making the world to hate you. There was a time when Nigerians used to be loved all over the world. Right now, whenever you say you're Nigerian, people look at you somehow because of what you guys have caused for yourselves. You guys are living like animals, and it must be condemned. And if you do not condemn yourself, the world is going to condemn you.
So there it is right there. So apologies for all those endless clips. I needed a moment to settle myself in, just to settle matters. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? This thing is chopping off my head. I wonder if it works better that way. Yes. Good day to you. Hold on. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So yes, we kick it off always with a greeting. So good day to you. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. And if you want to super chat towards the stream, the $ at the bottom of the stream. So all those things, click on like. So we need to get those numbers up. We keep telling you that we need to get those numbers up. Maybe one of these days we will actually get those numbers up. There was a time that we actually used to hit 100 likes with some frequency. That seemed like a century ago now. So click on the like button. We need to be consistently hitting that 100 like mark. So hit on the click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And if you want to come and join me on the screen, as I said, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all those things. The $ super chat towards the stream. Do all those things, and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all those things. Let's just launch straight into it. Having to push it back a little bit has discombobulated me somewhat. I keep saying that every single time. I do have a life outside of this. Difficult to imagine, but I do. So let's just get straight into it. Let's get straight into it, and we get into it with this one. ATIKU demands NNPC's listing on stock market. So I think the direction of travel of NNPC is in that direction anyway. So it was always the plan to get it listed although ATIKU's plan really is to sell it off in its entirety, but the plan to list NNPC, I think, is something rather that's always been in the workings, even as far back as the Buhari administration. ATIKU demands NNPC listing on stock market. So, of course, no smoke without fire. It's probably got some of his Arab friends lined up to gobble it up. The 2023 People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to promptly list the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. The former vice president declared that this move aligns with the speculations set forth by the Petroleum Industry Act. So, like I said, it's not innovating any new thought into the space. It's an already ongoing space that is just putting pressure on. And Atiku doesn't put pressure without some sort of hidden advantage, of course. So he's lined up to buy it up, I suspect. On the top again, the 2023 People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to promptly list the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. The former vice president declared that this move aligns with the stipulations, not speculations, but stipulations set forth by the Petroleum Industry Act. Atiku's demand follows the recent decision by the NNPC to transfer the management and operations of the Warri and Kaduna refineries to private operators. In a statement issued by his media advisor Paul Ibe on Sunday, Atiku emphasized that NNPC should be listed on the stock exchange as required by the Petroleum Industry Bill. Currently, the NNPC claims to be private, but this is only a ruse to fool the feeble-minded because it remains the ATM of the federal government. Anything short of listing the NNPC on the stock exchange is nothing but a cosmetic development, he added. He explained that this move will improve profitability, transparency, and corporate governance. The statement reads in part, the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate said previous arrangements and concessions had not worked because of a lack of transparency in the contract award process, as well as the failure of the government to attract investors. The former vice president said that for such a deal to succeed at all, the Bureau of Public Enterprises and a credible technical partner like Standard & Poor's must be part of the process. President Olusegun Obasanjo revealed recently that even Shell, one of the world's wealthiest oil companies, rejected the offer to operate Nigeria's refineries. This is because the NNPC has, for years, been a cesspool of endemic corruption. This is why over $20 billion that has been spent on the refineries in the last 20 years has led to nowhere. Now, so I wonder on what authority Atiku is able to say all of these things. He are very much embedded within the governance for all of those years that he's describing. This is why over $20 billion has been spent on the refineries in the last 20 years has led to nowhere. It is also curious that a government that is still paying petrol subsidy is trying to make its refineries profitable. Which businessman will invest in a refinery that has been programmed to operate at a loss? Atiku questioned the viability of NNPC's new plan, noting that similar arrangements in the past had not been successful or profitable. The Waziri Adamawa urged NNPC to avoid making the contract process opaque, as it did with the OVH last year, which proved dubious and did not resolve the ongoing fuel scarcity. He continued, the management and operating approach has not always worked. The Manitoba Hydro International which was handed to the Transmission Company of Nigeria, led to nowhere. Similarly, Global Steel Limited, which was handed to the Ajaokuta Steel Company, was not able to make the facility profitable. The contract was questionable. The contract was questionably revoked by the Umar Yar'Adua administration, and Nigeria ended up paying Global Steel compensation of nearly $500 million, whilst Ajaokuta still remained comatose 17 years later. In 2022, New Oil, an unknown and newly registered company, acquired OV8 and Oando filling stations. Barely 4 months later, NNPC Retail bought New Oil and took control of all of its assets, including the Oando filling stations. Barely 8 months later, OV8 turned around to take over NNPC Retail. This convoluted transaction was done in order to hide the corruption involved. So what corruption exactly is involved is not actually stated that. If this is the approach that the NNPC wants to use in handing over its refineries to private hands, then Nigerians should not expect any positive development whatsoever. So this is ATIKU now pushing hard for NNPC to list on the stock exchange. So NNPC will list on the stock exchange, by the way. And by the way, let me send the link again. The room is populating. There are not a single soul apart from myself in here. So the room is populating. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. So yes. Yes. NNPC will be listed not as a consequence of any pressure by Atiku Abubakar, but as a matter of law, because it's already embedded in the constitution. Is already embedded in the forming constitution that gives it life. So already embedded in the forming constitution that gives it life. Let's go on to this. Pardon me. Anyone angry I am working for Tinubu should hawk transformers. So this is Yemson Wike in his inimitable manner of speech. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemson Wike, has expressed his contentment with serving under the President Bola Tinubu, despite the criticism and speculation surrounding his appointment. ATIKU, a long-standing member of the PD, and by the way, he's saying this really as an offshoot of going on within River State. So let's take from top again. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike, has expressed his contentment with serving under President Bola Tinubu, despite the criticisms and speculations surrounding his appointment. Wike, a long-standing member of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and the only opposition member in Tinubu's cabinet, expressed the issue during the PDP conference in River State. So are very much in River State now, so sort of on a war footing. Wike's appointment as the FCT minister has sparked discussions, with many suggesting that his ministerial role was a reward for his alleged role in undermining former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, the PDP presidential candidate 2023. However, Wike remains unapologetic, stating that he has no regrets about his decision and is satisfied with his position in the current administration. His comments come at a time of political tension within the PDP as members navigate the complexities of working with an administration led by their primary rival, the All Progressive APC. He said, "Now we are fully in government, we are fully into." So how can you be fully in government and fully in the opposition as well? This is what is trying to straddle that people are not just comfortable with. He said, "We are fully in government." So you are not fully in government. The PDP is not in government. We are fully in government. We are fully in Tinubu's government. I have no regret about it, and I will continue to be there. Anybody who is angry should go and hug transformer. Atiku also took the occasion to lash out at Governor Simi Fubara, his estranged godson, and other PDP governors. Correspondents had earlier reported that Wike on Saturday also lashed at PDP governors who threw their weight behind Fubara at a caucus meeting which held in Taraba State last week. So, yes, it's a game of brinksmanship that is going on in River State. There's a lot of moving parts anyway. The party is trying to use Fubara to cage Wike. Wike is trying to hold Fubara to hold its influence within within River State, which is the leverage that he has to offer to the sitting government. But they know that if they're able to get River State off him, it's a dead duck within the Tinubu administration. It's of no value to them in 2027. So, or in 2027. So that's sort of the jousting. Very much Fubara is a pawn being played by games bigger than him. Wike said, some governors said they will take the structures from us and give it to somebody. I hear that they have given their assurance that they will take the party from us. I pity those governors because I will put fire in their states. When God has given you peace, you say you don't want peace. Whether you are in Bauchi or whatever, your hands will be burnt. So this is a frontal attack now at essentially Bala Mohammed. You will never see peace again. So I have told them, now you have started. When will I start? Don't say I am the one that destroyed PDP. You are the one that is trying to destroy PDP. Allow River State to conduct the affairs of the party. We are aware of those unsustainable, not unsustainable, but unstable. So I have told them, now you have started. When I will start, don't say I am the one that destroyed PDP. You are the one that is trying to destroy PDP. Allow River State to conduct the affairs of the party. We are aware of these unstable characters. We know that they are joining APP. So I don't know what APP is. Let them wait during the time. They should face us in the election. Don't bother about our abuses. We have thick skins. We don't even know what abuse is. So don't say anything is. So don't say anybody is abusing me. Or so essentially that's Wike throwing down the gauntlet to Bala Mohammed right there. Because Bala Mohammed is trying to orchestrate it. You see, there are so many things happening within the PDP. Bala Mohammed is trying to orchestrate Wike out of the PDP. If he orchestrates Wike out of the PDP, then it makes it easier then for the plan to have Goodluck Jonathan as the candidate. It makes it easier for that plan to come to fruition. So that's Bala Mohammed's game plan. Abubakar, he will want to cage Yemsin Wike as well for reasons that he is still gunning for that ticket. Now, Wike wants to stay within that party and stay as powerful as he can within that party in order then that is able to serve purpose for the Tinubu administration in 2027. So all of those moving parts, moving in tandem, and all of those things playing out in River State. If Wike is able to hold on to River State and the structures there, and if he comes out of whatever conference is going on in River State unscathed, then that puts him in an unassailable position. So that's Wike playing high jinx politics with the River State space there, reaching then towards the central space. And by the way, we don't have an abundance of news, by the way. So anybody that wants to come on, and then you bring a topic that will wrap around the conversation. But so it's a participatory sport, as I often always say. So go hung transformer, as Wike just said. Go hang transformer. So now this next one is not at all a laughing matter. There's a video clip that goes with it as well. But this is probably one of the most depressing. This is the lowest yet I've ever seen them go within the Nigerian political space. As dirty as it is, This is the lowest yet I've ever seen them go. Oshiomhole mocks Obaseki and Wike's childlessness, say they don't love children. So this is how low the politics is in Edo State. So this is how low the politics is in Edo State. The former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, has said Governor Godwin of Obaseki and his wife, Betsy Obaseki, do not have love for children. The Edo North Senator, Oshiomhole, said this on Saturday in a press interview with some selected journalists. The interview was uploaded on TVC's X handle. Oshiomhole stated this in reply to an alleged statement by Betsy Obaseki, in which she claimed that only the APC governorship candidate, Monday Okpebolo, does not have a wife amongst the contenders in the state. So I'm not sure. Does he not have a wife currently, or he's never had a wife, or does he even back for the other side? I don't even know what's been implied there, but I don't know. It's just dirty politics in Edo State anyway. You know, they're a bit funky over there. From top again, the former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, has said Governor Godwin Obaseki and his wife, Betsy Obaseki, do not have love for children. The Edo North Senator, Oshiomhole, said this on Saturday in an interview with selected journalists. Oshiomhole stated this in reply to an alleged statement by Betsy Obaseki, in which she claims that only the APC governorship candidate, Monday Okpebolo, does not have a wife amongst the contenders in the state. Reacting, the former All Progressive Congress APC national chairman said Godwin and Betsy have been childless since they got married and have also refused to adopt any child because they do not love children. I was so shocked yesterday to see Mrs. Obaseki, the First Lady, saying that our candidate has no wife. She is the most. I am sorry that she has to say that, because here is a woman who has no child. I have the video clip where he says this, by the way. I will play it to you. Between him and Obaseki, they have no child. They are childless. They are even not ready to adopt. I mean, I don't blame anybody should not have a child, but people who love children, they go to motherless home and adopt children. They have not adopted. They are both in their 60s. So you married. I don't know whether it is a contract or whatever, but they have no child, Obaseki said. He explained that the wife and children of the APC candidate Okpebolo joined in the campaign across the state. So it didn't really need to go that deep. All he needed to say was that Okpebolo does have a wife. Now, our candidate not only have children, he has invested in the education of those children, such that you watch them on live television, covered by your media stations, where the first one that spoke is a lawyer, the second one is a medical doctor, and they have dressed, and they have, that to be addressed the crowd in Edo South, in Edo Central, in Edo North, and their mother was there, he added. So their mother was there. It's not to say that he has a wife, but let me play you. Let me play you the clip of him actually saying that. Let me play you the clip of him actually saying that. So here it is.
I was shocked yesterday to see Mrs. Obaseki, the First Lady, saying that our candidate has no wife. She is the most. I'm sorry that she had to say that, because here is a woman who has no child. Between him and Obaseki, they have no child. They are childless. They are even not ready to adopt. I mean, I don't blame anybody who don't have a child. But people who have love for children, they go to motherless home and adopt children. They have not adopted. They are both in their 60s. So you married with, I don't know whether it's a contract or whatever it is, but they have no child. Now, our candidate not only have children, he has invested in the education of those children, such that you watch them on live television, covered by your media stations, where The first one that spoke is a lawyer. The second one is a medical doctor. And they addressed the crowd in Edo South, in Edo Central, in Edo North. And their mother was there.
Hold on. So there it is right there. So that's Obaseki. That's how dirty the politics gets in Edo State. So the dirty politics of Edo State. So we go on from the dirty politics of Edo State. Where are we going to next? We have one more readout, and then no, we don't actually have that as a readout. Let's have a look. All right. Let me actually play you one more clip as I'm looking for the readout. So this now next clip tells you how the other half live in Nigeria. So you feel that you drive some BMW or whatever, and you if you ever wondered what a big boy is, this is what a big boy is in Nigerian style. Watch this.
In Lagos, we have different types of wealth, but the Okoyas is a different niche of wealth. Welcome to Old Money Lagos.
Welcome to the very exclusive first episode of Old Money.
This building is a residential resort for Chief Razak Okoya, a billionaire industrialist and the Ààrẹ of Lagos. This is Wahab Okoya, the fourth child of Chief Dr. Mrs. Sade Okoya. Wahab's mom is the Chief Executive Officer and the Managing Director of the Eleganza Group of Company. Wahab's mom have multiple Rolls Royces with customized plate number to differentiate them.
This one is my dad's car.
Okay.
I don't know why he go red, but it's red. Family car.
Okay.
Aside being a student, Wahab is already involved in the structure of the company.
Yeah, my parents make sure I get as much experience as I can, so I'll be prepared for the future, and they're doing a really good job in that, which I really appreciate.
So there it is right there. So that's how the other half live in Nigeria. It's just one of those cars will probably buy most of your houses. That's just how it is. One of those cars will probably comfortable buy at least some of your houses. You won't buy mine. Well, maybe you will buy yours. But one of those. No, that's not the one I wanted to bring. Where was that one that I did want to bring? Yeah, let me bring you this one. New DNA survey shows 53% participation. New DNA survey shows 53% participation from Yoruba, 33% from Igbo, Hausa, 12% only. So this is let's actually say Smart DNA, a leading DNA testing center in Lagos State, has released its comprehensive 2024 report on DNA testing trends in Nigeria, covering July 2023 to June 2024. The report unveils several astonishing findings that shed light on societal dynamics, economic factors, and changing family structures in Nigeria. The report released on Sunday in let's take that from the top again. Smart DNA, a leading DNA testing center in Lagos State, has released its comprehensive 2024 report on DNA testing trends in Nigeria, covering July 2023 to June 2024. The report unveils several astonishing findings that shed light on societal dynamics, economic factors, and changing family structures in Nigeria. The report released on Sunday in Lagos showed that paternity uncertainty remains high. According to it, 27% of paternity tests conducted came back negative, indicating that more than 1 in 4 men tested are not the biological father of the children in question. It also showed immigration test surge, indicating that the Japa trend was high. The report noted a significant increase in DNA test for immigration purposes. You know, by the way, if you are going to Japa as a family, I think I know the Americans do this, and I'm not quite sure how widely done it is within Europe as well. If you're going to Japa as a family, they actually test the children to see that that family is actually a coherent unit, so that there's a bloodline that runs through that family. So they actually do that. According to it, 27% of paternity tests conducted came back negative, indicating that more than 1 in 4 men tested are not the biological fathers of the children in question. It also showed immigration test surge, indicating that the Japa trend was high. So yes. The report noted that a significant increase in DNA tests for immigration purposes, growing more than any other test type as more Nigerians seek opportunities abroad. The trend also suggested that a great number of parents with dual citizenship were processing paperwork for their children's immigration. On regional dominance, the report showed that Lagos dominated, a reflection of economic disparity. An overwhelming 73.1% of the DNA test conducted in Lagos, or an overwhelming 73.1% of the DNA tests were conducted in Lagos, with a stark divide between mainland 67.5% and island 32.5%. So let's just unbuckle some of this. So there are quite a few things coming through. So what they're telling us is the majority of people doing DNA tests, they're doing it for immigration purposes. So that's one. And then they are telling us also that the people doing DNA tests for paternity reasons, that 27% of them were coming out negative. So 25, of course, is a quarter of 100. So that's a 1 in 4 statistic. So essentially, if you use that as a snapshot and project it to the entirety of the country, because I think this is largely focused, in fact, it tells us that it's mainly focused in Lagos. But if you use this and project it to the rest of the country, what it's telling us essentially is that 1 in 4 are bastards. So that there's just no, and I suspect that if that survey panned the whole country, the percentages will go higher. So the level of bastardization in Nigeria, 1 in 4. So that tells us that. But it also tells us then that a lot of people are fleeing the country. This is something we know anecdotally, but this is not something that is being confirmed by data. A lot of people are fleeing that country, and they are fleeing, and that this tells us, is telling us that the DNA, the majority of the DNA tests being conducted are being conducted for immigration purposes. So that tells you then that a lot of people are jackpotting. It's also telling us that most of the people jackpotting are essentially in Lagos, and overwhelming 73% of DNA tests was conducted in Lagos. So an abundance of that, but it even it narrows it down. 67.5% of those DNAs, of that 73.1% DNA conducted in Lagos, 67.5% of them were on the mainland. So that is to tell you then that the economic bracket at the lower middle class to the poorer classes, because of course the island is 32.5%, they have no reason to jackpot because they're the ones looting the economy. So that just tells you, this data tells us, in fact, I'm going to keep this. This data tells us a lot. Let's see. I'm actually going to take it from the top again. Smart DNA, a leading DNA testing center in Lagos State, has released its comprehensive 2024 report on DNA trends in Nigeria, covering July 2023 to June 2024. The report unveils several astonishing findings that shed light on societal dynamics, economic factors, and changing family structures in Nigeria. The report released on Sunday in Lagos showed that paternity uncertainty remains high. According to it, 27% of paternity tests conducted came back negative, indicating that more than 1 in 4 men tested are not the biological fathers of the children in question. It also showed immigration test surge, indicating that the Japa trend was high. The report noted a significant increase in DNA test for immigration purposes, growing more than any other test type as more Nigerians seek opportunities abroad. The trend also suggested a growing number of parents with dual citizenship were processing paperwork for their children's emigration. On regional dominance, the report showed that Lagos dominated, a reflection of the economic disparity. An overwhelming 73.1% of DNA tests were conducted in Lagos, with a stark divide between the mainland, 67.5%, and the island, 32.5%. This concentration highlights the economic divide within Lagos and across Nigeria, raising questions about access to such services in other parts of the country. It also showed that the Yoruba ethnic group account for 53% of tests, followed by Igbo, 31.3%, and Hausa at only 1.2%. So I suspect that the place with the most bastardization will probably be the northern space, but as ever, the science has not got into that space yet. But it's not only for bastardizations, by the way. These high percentages that we're hearing is not testing for paternity mainly, it's testing for migration mainly. So what it's telling us is that the people jackpotting the most out of Nigeria are Yoruba people. It also showed that the Yoruba ethnic group account for 53% of tests, followed, and significantly, by the way, the Yorubas jackpotting is nearly twice as much as the next set of people jackpotting, which are the Igbos. It also showed that the Yoruba ethnic group accounted for 53% of tests, followed by the Igbos, 31.3%, and with the Hausas at only 1.2%. Commenting on the report, operations manager at Smart DNA, Elizabeth Dagia, said, these findings offer a unique window into the changing dynamics of Nigerian families and society. The high rate of negative paternity tests and the surge in immigration-related testing are particularly noteworthy. They reflect broader societal trends that merit further discussion and research. The concentration of testing in Lagos also raises important questions about accessibility and awareness of DNA testing services across Nigeria. As a company, we are committed to expanding access to our services nationwide whilst maintaining the highest standard of accuracy and confidentiality. The statistics showed that most of the children tested are aged between 0 and 5. So, yes, so that would be the ages to really test for paternity, isn't it really? The statistics showed that most of the children tested were aged between 0 and 5, and they constitute 54%, suggesting a preference for early paternity confirmation before you go to the graduation of your son or daughter and find out that he or she has another daddy. So he or she has another daddy. Men aged 41 plus, 45.6%, and 31 to 40, 37% were most likely to request tests are potentially reflective of economic capabilities or increased paternity concerns in older men. Also, so who is going to get my will? So 41 plus is who am I? Am I going to give my will to, my assets to Omwali? That's what's going on there. Also, it indicated slight gender bias in child testing, as more tests are conducted on male children. So that is to tell you then, what does that even tell you? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Also, it indicated slight gender bias in child testing, as more tests are conducted on male children, 52.8%, than female children, 47.2%. I suppose that the female child does not carry your name forward. So people not especially, they are forced, 47.2, but not as forced as the male child. Also, it indicated slight gender bias in child testing, as more tests are conducted on male children, 52.8%, than female children, 47.2%, insinuating a possible cultural preference for confirming paternity of male offsprings. According to the report, peace of mind dominates reasons for DNA tests, as the majority of tests, 85.9%, were conducted for peace of mind rather than legal motivation. So that's quite an interesting little insight into the growing, because Nigeria is changing, as you know, a lot of us that actually japa, we seem to be stuck in. I'm going to send the link again. If anybody wants to hop on, we'll see what happens. A lot of us that japa, we actually seem to be stuck in a time loop. You see, often when people japa, Nigeria is held in an animated suspension, in some sort of a time warp. So they see the country then from the prism of when they last were in that country. They still go back just to do their 2 weeks, whatever. But the Nigeria that they know is that still, and it's that still Nigeria that they know from XYZ years ago. And this is telling you the changing dynamics of that. The place completely changing, family structures changing, the way society is changing, everything changing. I wonder if we're able to really go back to Nigeria and feel a sense of belonging. So this probably should round off the Otapiapia woman. She's not Igbo, or Hanese disowns woman who threatened Otapiapia on Yoruba and Edo people. So it's not so much that they are denying that she's Igbo, they are disowning her, is what I suspect. The Ohanese Indigo Worldwide says the lady who posted the viral Otapiapia video on social media is not Igbo. The group said there was no sufficient evidence that the woman who posted the video was Igbo, adding that she did not in any way portray the Igbo character of thoughtfulness, discretion, self-censure, and equanimity. Dr. Alex Ogbonia, the National Publicity Secretary of Ohanese Indigbo, made the refutation in a statement on Wednesday in Enugu. According to him, the attention of Ohanese Indigbo worldwide has been drawn to a video clip making the rounds on social media, which goes by the name Angie Anambra on TikTok, asking the Igbos to do whatever she was saying. He said the miscreant promised to encourage it. So what does it? Ohanese would have ignored the social media video clip as coming from a deranged psychopath or one of the fictitious narratives with which the internet device was twisted, dressed, quoted, and delivered to the unsuspecting and obliging public. Ogbonaya, however, said their telephones have been inundated by various eminent persons who have expressed fears on the possibility of some persons carrying out the threat. It therefore becomes imperative for Ohanese to respond, especially when the National Publicity Secretary of Afenifere, Jare Ajayi, forwarded the clip and requested for prompt action. There is no Igbo man or woman that will contemplate throwing stone in a full market for fear of who shall be the victim, as the Igbos travel more than any other ethnic group in Africa. They also create homes. I'm not quite sure what's been said there actually. It's a denial, not a denial, or whatever that is. All right. So that there it is. All right. Let's play the Kegite music. If nobody turns up, we shut it down. Let's see. Where's the Kegite music? We play the Kegite music. Nobody turns up. We shut it down. The Kegites. Oh no, that's not the Kegites. All right, the Kegites.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Let me give you this last readout and then we shut it down. So this readout speaks to the rate at which buildings are collapsing in Lagos State. Collapse after collapse. Why Lagos buildings keep crashing? So here it is. A building has collapsed in Nigeria's megacity, Lagos. A building has collapsed in Nigeria's megacity, Lagos, once every 2 weeks on average so far this year. Whereas the commercial cost can be calculated, a figure can never be put on the value of lives lost underneath the rubble. The gap amongst the building, replaced by pillars of debris, represent a failure of governance as well as giving rise to allegations of contractors trying to cut corners to save money. There are regulations, there are maintenance schedules, there are inspectors, but the system does not work. Those responsible are never held to account, and so nothing ever changes. Lagos, dubbed by one expert who spoke to the BBC as the building collapse capital of Nigeria, has seen at least 90 buildings falling down in the last 12 years, leaving more than 350 people dead, according to the Council for Regulations of Engineering in Nigeria. One of the most notorious incidents was in 2021. Sunday Femi was just meters away in the upmarket suburb of Ikoyi. So Ikoyi houses are even collapsing now. Oh, I think that was the one that was linked to the then vice president, wasn't it? Sunday Femi was just meters away in the upmarket suburb of Ikoyi when a 21-story block of luxury flats under construction collapsed, killing 42 people. After the loud crashing sound, he was engulfed in dust. Like many, I rushed inside trying to see if I could help some of the people trapped. Sadly, I knew some of those who died, and I think about it every day, he says, reflecting on what happened nearly 3 years ago. The drink seller had been speaking to some of the construction workers moments before they entered the building site. He still works nearby, and the chatter amongst locals often turns to those events and the possible cause. Metal sheeting protects the site from prying eyes, but mounds of broken concrete can still be seen through the gaps in the gate. Knocking on the entrance to the ill-fitted compound, two fierce-looking security guards opened up and said they had instructions not to allow anybody into the premises except state government officials. Just as the place is sealed to the public, so is the official investigation into the collapse. It has been sitting with the state governor since he received it in 2022. A list of recommendations has reportedly been drawn up by a panel of experts following the investigation, but that also has not been made public. The BBC has reportedly asked the state authorities to see the recommendations and the report into the Ikoyi building collapse, but neither has been made available. The coroner, however, has had her say, and in 2022, she did not hold back. In a damning judgment on the death, Chief Magistrate Oyetade Komolafe attributed the building collapse to the irresponsibility and negligence of the government agencies that were supposed to approve and supervise the plans and construction. Lagos population is booming and is now estimated to stand at more than 20 million. As the city grows, so does the demand for housing and commercial property, and it can sometimes feel like a giant building site with construction going on everywhere. Before work begin, plans need to be approved by the state's physical planning permit agency. Then inspectors from the Lagos State Building Control Agency are supposed to look at the site as well as check the progress at every stage of the construction. And the Standard Organization of Nigeria should make sure that only suitable building materials get to the market. But on many occasions, the procedure is not followed. Inside the LSBCA's offices, everything appears calm. There is no sense of urgency of the problem or challenges it faces. Spokesperson Olusegun Olaoye acknowledges the criticism, but dismisses allegations that officials have been bribed to issue fake certificates and rather blame a lack of resources. At the moment, we have about 300 building inspectors and supervisors, but we are looking to add to that, he said. Experts agree that more supervisors are needed. Mohammed Damaya, architect and construction expert, said they should number in their thousands. 300 is just not right for a state like Lagos. Each local government area should have at least 100 inspectors and supervisors, and Lagos has 57 of those areas, he argues. There is always construction going on everywhere you look. So it is important that inspection and supervision is going on all the time. In the absence of that regime across the states, some less scrupulous companies are getting away with violating building codes, using substandard materials, and employing poorly trained workers, 3 of the reasons cited for the high frequency of collapses. They just come here to pick us up anytime they have a job for us and pay us after we're done, says laborer Habu Issa, who has worked on construction sites for years. I have never undergone any training. I've just learned everything on the job. But even if violations are identified in the wake of a collapse, the state building agency does not take any legal action. To my knowledge, there haven't been any prosecutions in the past as far as building collapses in Lagos are concerned, says Olaoye. I know the statistics are worrying, but there are ongoing efforts to halt the trend. Alleged political influence is a barrier to pursuing prosecution. If you are connected to people in power, even if you are the culprit in the building collapse case, nothing will happen to you, says a Lagos State politician who talked to the BBC on the condition of anonymity. We have seen it so many times. Some of the high-profile cases have to do with structures of highly placed people, and they are still roaming around freely. In Nigeria, when you are rich and connected, you can avoid problems easily. With 19 building collapses already recorded so far this year by the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, the final total is likely to be the highest in the past decade. But lessons may still go unlearned. The head of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria recently said that the country lacked the capacity to properly investigate what is going on. We don't have the expertise, the equipment, and the resources to do so, says Professor Sadiq Abubakar. In the meantime, construction workers and others will carry on paying with their lives. So this is a really worrying trend that we see in Nigeria. It's quite alarming the rate at which those buildings are just drop like a pack of cards all the time. They drop like a pack of cards. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is right there. I think we have Baba, we have Ajande Koko, we have Thomas. So we have somewhat of a session. So good of you to turn up, gentlemen. I was just about to pack it in. We'll probably just make it a short one, and then we'll just wrap it up early. Let's kick it off with Baba. Baba.
Yes, one man. How are you?
Yeah. Good to have you, Baba. I was just about to bail, as I said, but
I hope you had a nice weekend.
I did. Yes, it was.
Okay. Salutations to everyone, on the panel, and the comment section. I salute you all. And our esteemed listeners, viewers, watchers, I salute you too. And it seems you are forgetting to click the like button. Please do so now. And then as time goes on, don't forget to subscribe and share also. Very important. It's because of you we're always here to share our ideas and see and hear also and watch how we contest our own personal views and things like that. So I welcome you, watchers. Okay, woman, before I start, actually, I think let me seize this opportunity to felicitate with Doopsy in Canada for a landmark birthday today.
18 at last, Abby. 18 at last.
18 at last. Welcome to the party. Well, Doopsy, wàá dàgbà wàá dògbò, gbogbo ohun tó ń rí tínú ẹ̀ fi ń dùn kò ní parẹ́ mọ́ lójú o. Ọ̀rẹ́ ò ní bí ọmọ aráyé nínú o, ò ní rìn kó fẹsẹ̀ kọ o, ò ní fẹ́nu kọ. Ọlọ́run á máa tì ẹ́ lẹ́yìn o, àlọ àti àbọ̀ ẹ Ọlọ́run á máa tọ́jú ẹ àti àwọn ará ilé ẹ gbogbo, àwọn ọmọ wàá jèrè o. Happy birthday once again on behalf of one man. Yes, one man, let's start.
Yeah, let's start. I was a bit surprised that let me actually take you to these statistics, which seems to be the most interesting one. Is the DNA data coming out of Nigeria? What do you make of it?
It's not strange to me, actually. I'm not surprised. You understand, at the rate of how do I put it? I have to be very careful now. This issue of children, you understand. One man, I pass, I beg. Let's talk another. Give me another topic.
Baba, rather, the data is quite an interesting reading. So 20 out of 100% of the DNA testing, only 27% were to do with paternity. So it's not even a paternity narrative. What you know that to migrate to some countries, you have to do DNA tests to show that the family you are bringing is one unit. And what they are finding is that the abundance of DNA tests is to do with immigration-related paternities. So that tells us, it speaks to them the Japa space, and about 73%+ of that going on in Lagos, which is to tell you that everybody is just rushing out of that country. But what is actually interesting, because it breaks down even more, what they are telling us is out of the 70-something% coming out of Lagos, 70-something% of that comes from the mainland, and about 31% comes from the about 30% comes from the island, which is to tell us then that people in the lower middle class to the lower classes of that space are essentially the Japaras, because of course the people on the island are the people looting our resources.
Well, everyone on this platform, at least in the past few months, will know my view about this Japa issue. For me, I don't see anything bad in it, because if I look at it biblically, I mean, it's not even nice for you just to stay in one place. You understand? I mean, Abraham has to leave and go elsewhere to make his own mark and stuff like that. So one has to move. It's part of learning, it's part of evolution, actually. And for the sake of also the children, I don't see, because I know definitely if 100 people leave, at least maybe even if half come back to the country, that is a plus for the country along the line. Maybe years down the years later, they return back home. They will return with something. They will come back with profits. They will help to also develop the country. People in countries like Philippines and India, Pakistan, and that's what they encourage. We can see in Kamala Harris today, one of the Indian Jackbas, the mother came to America, I think at 19 alone. And look at her story today, even though she's late, and she will not be available if peradventure the daughter becomes the president. She will not be there also. But the Indians, of course, the soil, the earth of India will always know that one of their own, that Japa, actually begat the person occupying the White House today. So Japa to me is not a bad thing. The Chinese did it. Every other group of people are doing it, and the country will benefit at the end of the day for it, because Japa is not a disease; it's a function of economy and a function of chasing the educational glory. If you don't have enough in your country, you can go brush yourself up somewhere else. And for the children, it's a plus too, because the kind of school we pay so much, many millions for back home, it's ordinary here. They just go to it free. They are even cancel school here, not even state school. So they have the benefit of brushing themselves up and attending very good institutions. We have, I think, the Undersecretary for Treasury today in America is a Nigerian. So the parents must have jacked along the line and benefited from the education provided for by America. And that's why he has the opportunity. Today we claim him, one of our own is the Undersecretary for Treasury and things like that. So it's a good story for any country. Yes, woman.
All right, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
All right. I muted myself for a moment. Before we go on, I was hinting that we'll be having a guest on Thursday. So the guest we'll be having is a gentleman called Ewale Okuniyi. He's the secretary of the Patriots Group, contended to be a governor in one of the southwestern state spaces. So he'll be joining us on Thursday. So it's all been discussed and arranged. And we may even be having a big name on Sunday. But certainly, are you aware of this of this guy, of this gentleman, Wale Okune?
I don't know him, but you said you talked about him yesterday, so
yes,
we'll be here.
All right. Let me take you to buildings collapsing in Lagos State and no consequences for it.
Well, that thing actually is not today. It's been there. Like the write-up you read, they are understaffed. You understand? They are much understaffed. And there is this also the question of the iron rod we use in Nigeria. For instance, some of people are questioning the capacity of those iron rods. Are they up to scratch from the manufacturers, actually? So the government has to look into that. We have standard board, and I don't know what they are doing. But there are also people who don't listen to their contractors. You don't understand where you're building. I mean, I have quarreled with my contractor so many times, right from the 80s. I've always quarreled with him, but he was always threatening that, look, if you don't abide by what I suggest, let's just drop the contract right now. And I'll drop my argument because I know he's always right. But today, all those things he did, they are there, and I'm kind of proud of what he has done because they are testament to his handwork. But I was not listening then.
Is it not a narrative of lax supervision, regulation, people not doing their job, and bribery and corruption, of course.
No, I will come to that, but you understand.
Yes, okay, carry on.
Yeah, but I will come to that, but you have to self-regulate. You are making a big investment.
But especially if it's a commercial property.
Exactly, you are making a big investment. I'll tell you, I was putting up some shops somewhere many years ago. I think early 90s or late 80s. And the other person doing besides me, you understand? At a point, I saw that rather than put iron rod to do the decking of the place, they were using this iron mesh, very distorted iron mesh, heavy. That's what they are using, rather than coil up your maybe iron bars to use. And I complained, but he was not listening. Our people, and I have to call the attention of the ballet that this is not acceptable. The ballet talked to the person, and he was not heeding that. Oh, he has had so many like that nothing will happen. They will put some rubber property on the top so that rain will not leak. He made a lot of excuses. Less than 3 years, there was a storm in that area, and that thing came down.
What about the lack of prosecution? Because that's one of the things that the BBC noted.
That one is, there's a legislation actually that is coming on that, but it's House of Assemblies, they are very slow. But
because it's a narrative of at minimum manslaughter. If you are using shoddy materials, and a lot of like that collapsed building in Ikoyi, for instance, it was 21 floors, but they built it to levels higher than what.
Yeah, it was adding more to it because he said he claimed he did it in London and nothing happened. So they will get approval for 10-story building.
Been prosecuted on that. 40-something people dead.
The people. I told you yesterday that there are people above the law. I said it in the comment section yesterday. These are part of what we are talking about. But I think it's wickedness, because you know what is right, what is proper. Must you wait for government to come and show you what is right or what is wrong? This is the problem with our people. And I think it's because they are not being punished for this kind of infractions. Because you are a murderer. When you use something that's not that's something that is substandard and turn it into a trap for people that will live there, because most of those houses are traps. And some of these people, when they're in on multiple floor, they even pound yam. They pound yam and do all sorts of things. And some even establish factories. You can't believe it. Factories where there are not supposed to be factories. They install machineries, maybe doing pure water or doing some plastic mold and things like that. So we don't, only God can help us in our country there, because too many things you have to, no regulation, nothing. There's supposed to be an area for industry. There's supposed to be area for people to live in, but we just model everything together. A man retires and he looks, what can I do now? He has small boys quarter in his compound. He turns it into a small factory and started manufacturing. Install engine machineries that would disturb the transformer of that area. So, and we all end up and blame NEPA and things like that. But we ourselves are the problem, because what is good is good. We all know what is good. We all know what is bad. But the Nigerian species, I never seen them before. That's that woman. So the Nigerians react as Oshiomhole mocks Obaseki and wives' childlessness.
Did you see the clip?
No, what you have now is the Oshiomhole.
Yes, there's a clip that goes with it. Did you see it?
Well, yeah, I listened to it, but I'm sorry, I have a different view anyway. Because when you, the woman, stood on a podium and you are saying this man that is not married has no wife and things like that, you ask for it. But childlessness is not a disease anyway. Just like pregnancy, it's not a disease. Some people marry and choose not to have children, and they live their life. So it's nobody's business. And if a man doesn't have a wife, it's nobody's business. So I think for them, both Oshiomhole and Mrs. Obaseki and Mr. Obaseki is quid pro quo, or how do they say it? As far as I'm concerned. You don't have a wife, you don't have a child. Abuse me, I abuse you. God no go vex. One man.
Oh, sorry, Baba.
Yeah. So let's here's this NNPC one, the ATIKU NNPC.
No, but before you go there, is that not a cardinal sin? Using something like that to, I thought that's not behavior, is it? Using somebody's inability to have children to mock them. Is that not the lowest people can go? Is there anything lower than that?
Well, yeah, that's hitting below the belt. I will admit that. But then, when you abuse me and say, as old as you are, you don't even have a wife in your house. You can't even. That means you are irresponsible. I will also look for something that will hurt you, and reply. That's how I see it anyway.
So you think she opened that window?
Yeah, she opened the window. Why should we tell? I mean, what has that got to do with development of an area? A man having a wife or a chronic bachelor and things like that. It's none of your business. You're on a campaign trail. You talk about how you're going to manage the people and their resources and what you can provide for them. not personal issues like this. So she asked for it, or she and her husband asked for it, and they got their just desserts from Aja, block your ears, so from Aluta man Oshiomhole, trained in Moscow.
All right, brilliant. Yeah, let me take you then to the NNPC space. ATIKU demands NNPC's listing on stock exchange. So I'm not quite sure why he's demanding it, because it's already embedded in the constitution that this is what needs to happen. But why do you think he's playing this hand, and what do you think is holding up the listing of that parastatal?
Well, we should all be reminding them, whoever is responsible, particularly Mr. President. So ATIKU is on point there. He is a citizen of Nigeria, and the NNPC being listed, you understand, it's something that's overdue, even since yesterday. I don't know why they are wasting time, or what is holding the government back from listing NNPC. They have to float it, because it's too opaque. We don't know what exactly is going on in that company. I mean, and that is the live wire of the country so far. And one man will stand and tell us one long story, tall tales every time, and we don't have a way of interrogating whatever they tell us. But if it's floated, they will have board of directors, they will appoint the executive officers, and the executive will be responsible to the board. And at the end of every financial year, they will tender their stewardship and let know, minus or plus, what they've gained, what the country has to share out of it, and stuff like that. So it cannot remain a corporation forever, because they are running it as a corporation, and it's no more a corporation. So in NNPCL in itself, it's an illegality. NNPCL is an illegality as we speak. So they have to do the needful, and because it is rotting. I don't even know who told them that because it's an oil company, the minimum salary you have to pay runs into millions, where a cleaner will earn more than a manager in a factory and stuff like that. Who told them that is what obtains? Because you are selling your country's oil, you have to give yourself that kind of salary, where some clerk or low-level manager will be earning hundreds of millions of naira every year per annum. It's a very dirty place. It stinks. It really, really stinks. Today now they are admitting they are owing marketers $6 trillion, or how much they are owing now? They are now $6 billion rather. They are owing, and we've been talking about it here. We're even talking about 5 billion, and they were saying no, they are not owing. They are not owing. They are not owing. In reality, now they come out again and say, okay, we are owing 6 billion. That is what is responsible for lack of petrol in the fuel stations. It's not nice. They just take us for a ride. And that speaks for the level of the kind of people that have been occupying the GMD space in that corporation. So it's as far as it's not a limited liability company, it's still a corporation, an arm of the government. So they just have to float it. And the earlier, the better. Because I don't even know what Kiari is doing there. After many years, he cannot deliver anything. Oh man, make the float him. The president should come back and do the needful.
He's back in France. Oh, he's in China now, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully he's actually able to manage that space better than Buhari, because the development of that country will come out of China depending on what sort of deals we're able to strike with them.
Well, I don't know. The government too is not coming up with everything. I mean, they are not communicating. That is one thing they are not doing very well. And I think We have Chibayo Onuga, we have Juri Ngelali. There is this other young man there. There are about 4 heads of those departments. All I don't know the kind of matrix that operates within that information cycle. Besides that, there is the information minister. And yet with all of this, we cannot have good information because the president will just leave and say, I'm going to France. Going to do what? We don't know. You land in France, no coterie of that foreign country welcoming you, anything. So it looks like it was a private visit. So if a president of a nation who is no more a private citizen goes out just like that and not coming, I look at it as, I mean, Mr. President should show the citizens some respect. So one man.
Sorry, I am here. I mute myself when you're speaking. Anyone angry with me working for Tinubu should hug Transformer. So this is Wike in his own inimitable use of language. So I think they're in Port Harcourt now, having whatever conference, and it looks as though it's going to be somewhat of a deciding conference. So Bala Mohammed and the rest of the PDP, they are pushing for Fubara, not because they especially like him. They want to weaponize him against Wike. Wike wanting to hold on to the structures of our PDP in Rivers State. Of course, he will need it for 2027. So in fact, it goes even darker. It says anybody that goes up against him is going to set their state on fire. So what are you then making of Wike versus the rest of the world?
Well, let me be upfront with my bias so that nobody should crucify me on the panel or the comment section. I like Wike. I just like Wike, you understand? So forgive me my bias. You see, the thing with Wike, Wike is a very clever man. Very, very, give it to him. Look, when he wanted to work with APC, he wrote to the chairman, whether acting or interim chairman, he wrote, I'm going to work with this government. They've invited me. Can you approve that I go work for them? The chairman approved. So they cannot say he's thumbing his nose at PDP. He went to work for APC with PDP approval. That is one. Two, a man that has ruled Rivers State for 8 good years, it didn't just happen in the governor's lodge for 8 years. He was chief of staff and he has been chairman of local government council. Correct me, I may be wrong there, but he's been in government all his life. So he knows what he's doing. He installed somebody to come after him. That person betrayed him. And today, as it stands, we are watching the whole thing unravel. 48 laws of power do not outshine your boss. That's one law Fubara is not respecting or observing. You are somebody, a typical civil servant. I don't know the level you were, but you are like the financial controller of the state. And Wike picked you out of obscurity. What Wike said, you have not denied. I bought the form for you. I paid for the fund. We saw Wike campaigning for you. You were just standing behind. Who wouldn't want to be served a governor's lodge a la carte like Fubara? Some people are just lucky. Wike did every groundwork, bamboozled everybody, rigged for you, and made sure you were installed there. Less than 3 months, everything has gone haywire. Everything gone haywire. And jollof rice don't Ebora don't jollof rice, or how they call, what's his name now? Ekiti governor told us in the beginning that he went to River State, Fayoshe, said, I went there, I spoke to Fubara. I warned him that this trouble you are starting, you are not even capable, because I know Wike. In fact, he even displayed on TV. We all saw pulling his own ears, and just to display how I know Wike. And who doesn't know Wike in Nigeria? No, there are some people who are just stubborn naturally. They are just like given to suicide. If you kill me, kill me. But I'll just start to repeat.
Wike that brought ATIKU down is who Fubara thinks he can defeat.
You get my point. And Wike doesn't hold his mouth. He said, I have the presidency behind me. And that's the truth. You are a state governor. And these people that are working with you today, people that are egging you on, asking you to thumb your nose at your boss, where were they when they were buying you from, propping you up, dressing you up, pushing you, campaigning for you? They were not happy. Were they happy? They were not happy. They were in opposition. But as soon as Wike left, that's the cat leaving, all the mouse, they came and start playing. They wrap you around their fingers, shine their eyes for you, and you start working for them, working against your boss. Those are the kind of people you surround yourself with now. And you are paid big money to keep their loyalty. Does that make sense? It really doesn't make sense. We're in a state where 4 people are now approving commissioner, approving budget, and things like that. Just 4 legislators. They are the majority. Some things just happen in Nigeria. I think it's only in Nigeria that such things can happen. Because it doesn't make sense. It's shameful. How can 4 people be the legislator in a chamber of about 31 people, being the ones making laws and things like that? A rubber stamp. Is there anything worse than a rubber stamp legislator? So Wike now is fighting back. All the while, for a couple of months earlier in the year, Wike kept mute. He was not saying anything. Fubara was running around the state and gathering strength and huffing and puffing while nobody was pursuing him. He was pursuing himself. Wike kept mute. It's like what the Yorubas will say, now he has bounced. I had people previously say, oh, Wike cannot even step into Port Harcourt anymore. But here he is in Port Harcourt doing convention. Can you imagine? In Port Harcourt doing convention, calling the shots. The cat is back. Where are the mice? They scramble into their holes. He has a federal mic behind him, so he can misbehave as he wants. Where are all these people? So he better go meet all those elders. I mean, that's Fubara. And they should find a way of solving this thing. Because I look at this almost like a family issue. And it won't be beyond those elders. Whatever they are eating now, let it stop. Let everybody use their senses. Sit them down, find a way to solve anything. And there is Baba Edwin Clark. I think it can help in this matter if they all submit themselves to his wisdom. to his counseling, because the state is not moving an inch ever since Wike left and this trouble started. No development in that state. It's all motion and no movement. All motions and no movement. Nothing is happening, no matter what. Fubara is just expending money, buying people's loyalty. For how long will you continue to buy people's loyalty? For how long? When the money dries up, then they take their loyalty and put in their pockets. So they just need a solution now. Now. That's it, one man.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. And let me go from you to Ajane Koko. But on my way to Ajane Koko, let me play you a clip of our guest that's coming on Thursday. I put the session together by tomorrow. But we've had comfort because I've been speaking to him all through the week. I've been speaking to quite a few people all through the week. But here is the first person that, as we start to reintroduce guests back onto the platform. So this is Wale Okuneye. So just the flavor of the man.
For more on the state of the nation, let's bring in the National Secretary, National Consultative Front, Wale Okuneye, who joins us live from Lagos. Thank you for joining us on TVC News at 7. As it is, there appears to be renewed success, if you may put it that way, in government's efforts to tackle insecurity in the country. What do you make of this?
Human society is dynamic, and government itself has not done enough to be able to stem insecurity, particularly as it relates to agitations among the Nigerian people. There has been vociferous and stringent agitation for the resetting and re-engineering of the country so that it can work for all. But government has kept what I call a deaf ear to that. And that is not pleasing to the Nigerian people who are the owners of the country. And that's why you see all this heightening.
So that's Wale Okuneye in one of his many incarnations. But like I said, he's now the National Secretary of the Patriots. You remember the Patriots, of course, when Iwanyamo went on that visit to Aso Rock, he was part of that team. So he'll be telling us all about that and more on Thursday. So I'll put the session together and then put it out by tomorrow. So he'll be joining us. But with us now, Ajane Koko. So Ajane Koko, come into the conversation. It's setting up to be a mellow little session, which is a flavor that we especially like. That come into the conversation at whichever
one man, can you come back to me? I'm at the middle of something right now.
All right, but then let me go to Zita then. If Zita is ready.
Poor man, how na day?
We do.
I don't even know what you know. They thought waiting happen.
We're just talking Bula Balu, the usual. What we were talking about, we were talking about the BBC did a big piece on the rate at which buildings are collapsing in Nigeria, and they're telling us that over the last just a couple of years, countless buildings, 90 buildings have collapsed in the last 12 years, 350 people dead. But curiously, there's been no prosecution. And then they revisited that big collapse in Ikoyi just in 2021, which a lot of people linked with the vice president of that time. So we're discussing that, and then ATIKU demands NNPC should be listed on the stock market. We're discussing that, and then we're also discussing this, which is Oshiomhole. Nigerians react as Oshiomhole mocks Obaseki and his wife's childlessness. So that's this level of politics that they are playing now in Edo State. Let me play you this clip.
I was shocked yesterday to see Mrs. Obaseki, the first lady, saying that our candidate has no wife. She is the most, I'm sorry that she had to say that, because here is a woman who has no child. between him and Obaseki, they have no child. They are childless. They are even not ready to adopt. I mean, I don't blame anybody who don't have a child. But people who have love for children, they go to motherless home and adopt children. They have not adopted. They are both in their 60s. So you married with, I don't know whether it's a contract or whatever it is, but they have no child. Now, our candidate not only have children, he has invested in the education of those children such that you watch them on live television, covered by your media stations, where the first one that spoke is a lawyer, the second one is a medical doctor, and they address the crowd in Edo South, in Edo Central, in Edo North, and their mother was there.
So Zika, as low as I've heard anything within Nigerian politics, I don't think I've ever heard anybody go that low in terms of I thought that was.
Where is the video? Who is speaking now? Who is this?
That was Adams Oshiomhole, the former Edo State governor, former chairman APC, Adams Oshiomhole.
Okay, so who mocked who now? Sorry, I want to gather myself to.
Yes. So they are having Edo State election, as you may well know, and the wife of the outgoing governor, who has served his 2 terms, Betty Obaseki, she was somewhat making comments about one of the candidates not having a wife. And then yes, so she said the man doesn't even have a wife. And then off the back of that, Adams Oshiomhole then straddled the media space to then tell us then that Obaseki and his wife Betsy, they are 60 plus, they don't have children, they didn't even adopt. And I thought, I thought that was maybe I'm not sure if I'm being overly sensitive, but I thought that was just too low.
Which side are you sensitive at? At the response?
At the response, I thought that comment was a bit too much from Oshiomhole.
Okay. You want me to say something about it?
You can, or you can go to other topics.
One man.
Yes.
Yeah. I will say this. I know they won't like me, but I will say it anyway. Trust me. You see, when you are doing something very serious, it will be better you put women in a position where they work, probably where they sit in the office, think and work out something. They are very good at that. But if you bring them in the public where they have to speak, like address issues, I don't really think women are very good at that. So I will advise anybody who is contesting for any seat shouldn't allow his wife to carry on with campaign, because that woman shouldn't have said that thing she said. I don't think that is the reason why people vote people. Whether you are married or you don't have a child, I don't think that will impact your deliverables as an administrator in any position in life. But for that woman to have said that, I think she deserves a response. Because if you don't respond to such things, somebody else will say it. I was just thinking Oshiomhole just woke up and said that thing. I didn't know that somebody said, why would you say somebody doesn't have a wife? And what has that got to do with his capability and capacity to do something? Woman, I remember one time I was telling some of my friends who are not Africans that, do you know that in Africa, if you are a woman, you've never married before, you work your life into being a professor, that a village girl who is married to a palm wine tapper that have children will garner respect more than you do. They couldn't believe it. I gave an illustration. And that's what gave that woman the gut to say what she said. I think it's the culture and it's the tradition. Because I've seen most Africans believe that if you are not married, you are not responsible. I don't know where the hell they got that one from. Well, let me tell you something. The Indian president is not married. Never been married before. Never had a girlfriend before. He's the president and he's making waves. One of their best, if I may say. So, but in Africa, if you are not married, no matter who you are, you are irresponsible. That's actually what the message the woman wanted to say, to push. That this man is irresponsible because he's not married. Are you there? That's the most despicable thing I think somebody should say about his fellow human being. It's a choice. Marriage is a choice. It's not.
But that's how the culture is structured now. Is it that? That's how the culture is structured.
One man, when you talk about the culture, you talk about the evolution of our culture. Where are we?
Do you
Where
think
are we today?
Let me ask you this. Do you think a single man can contest to be president of the United States?
Why not?
Well, he can contest, but he stands no chance. I mean,
where did you get that one from?
There's a certain unwholesomeness about it. There's a certain unwholesomeness.
No, I don't think there is an unwholesomeness about it. I've given you an example of an Indian president, and I can give you more examples of presidencies. But some of them you will say, hey, but they're married and they're divorced. There are a lot of them that are not married. If you prove yourself...
You know what people like to see in their president? They like to see the wife, they like to see the children, and then they like to see that family unit.
And you don't think that's a distraction?
No, it's a wholesomeness thing. Now they want to see that this is a steady and a balanced sort of person that has done as life prescribes.
One man may be to you, but that somebody is not married doesn't make that person irresponsible. But what makes somebody irresponsible is the way the person carried him or herself, even in marriage. There are more irresponsible people in marriage than there is as to those that are single, I must say, from statistics. But it is what it is. At least Oshiomhole has hit back at her. So, and I hope she's the one that has no kids, right? I hope so.
Yes, Betty, yes.
Very good. Yeah, very good. You know,
I'm surprised you're taking that tack, you know. I thought even Baba was a bit somewhat tepid in his I thought we will wholesomely condemn it. We will wholeheartedly condemn it.
I wouldn't. You know, okay, can I come in? A woman, you see, how one kind of ridiculous somebody. You see, somebody might feel terrible because you are called childless. You feel very terrible about it. And you don't know how somebody...
Is that not the most damning thing that you can say to a woman? Is that not the most damning thing?
Okay. And you don't know how terrible somebody will feel that the person is not married. You don't even know why the person is not married. You don't know whether he has the thing. You don't know whether the thing is functioning. You don't know whether it's a health issue, that he doesn't want to be blown out of proportion. You don't even know whether he was born without the thing functioning. You don't know. But that person can open his mouth to everybody else, calling somebody, why are you not married? You are useless. That's okay. But looking at somebody and say you are childless, hey, how dare you call somebody childless? I'm not that kind of person, okay? I'm for free speech, but in as much as I'm for free speech, I will not sit down here and tell somebody or will want anybody to control, to be the deciding factor of what is outrageous. So if you think what Oshiomhole has said is outrageous, Probably for the man that was called irresponsible for not getting married, that word too is outrageous. So it is what it is. That's where I stand. Somebody calling somebody not married at a particular age, you don't know what is the reason. It could be an outrageous word. But whenever somebody say, hey, look at that woman, childless, look at that man, child, and you don't know why somebody is not married, you don't know whether his thing is dead, and he doesn't want to go through the trauma of marrying a wife and not being able to have a child, and the story goes on and on and on and on. He decided to day his day. Then as he day his day, you still go there, go to abuse him. I bet one man, next topic, I bet.
All right, let me take you to this one. Let me take you to this one. There are collapses after collapse after collapse. Why Lagos buildings keep crashing down? So this is the BBC doing a special piece on this. This disaster. That's the only term really. Over the last 12 years, about 90 buildings collapsed. They are collapsing even more rapidly now. 350 people dead. But what really strikes is that there's been no prosecution, there's been nothing. And then when they went to the relevant authorities, they are saying they are understaffed, etc., etc. So this phenomenon of collapsing buildings in Lagos.
Woman, you see, on several occasions, before I used to say Nigeria is bad. Nigeria is not working. But I think I have to change my tone. I think it's Nigerians that are not working, not Nigeria. You see, Lagos State is in a place where you don't just start building a structure. Plus the people in charge, plus the people building the house, they don't want to do their job. Before you start building a house in places like Lagos, Rivers State, Anambra State, it should be a thorough, when I mean thorough, to make sure that the soil samples are taken, the kind of foundation you are supposed to lay, what you are supposed to do, and make sure those things are inspected. They don't lack staff. What they lack is action, but they don't lack staff because their staff sit down in the office and collect money.
Is it not a case of bribery as well? There's a bribery elements to this because there are at every single stage of progression. There should be some sort of inspection supervision by the local authorities. But they have to check the materials, check that they are conforming with regulation, etc., etc. But none of this happened as soon as our Naira grease palm.
You see, it's a terrible situation. You see, there are places in, even people who are in upland, after several years, the house will sink. Normally, on normal circumstances, in the best place to build a house, after several years, the house will start sinking. It will start balancing again out of the normal balance you gave it. That's why it start having cracks on the wall. Let alone places like Lagos State. So the government is not doing the job, and then I just pity the people who rent or live in such houses that die, honestly, because I mean, I don't care about who put his own house carelessly. Definitely you are going to lose your money. When the house collapses, you lose all your money. It's just unfortunate that somebody has to rent that ridiculous house and eventually die in it. That's where I'm concerned. For the government and the landlords that build all those kind of houses, I don't have pity for them, but I have pity for the people who hire such houses. In fact, if they don't want to do their job, they should be able to give tenants houses to live and the ones not to live. At least tell since they said they don't have staff to do all the job, they should be able to give tenants the ones that we are able to do, to inspect, so that people should stop dying. That's all. Next topic.
I that there's been no prosecution.
That's the problem now in the country. There is no prosecution. They don't prosecute the person who is in the job. In fact, if there's anybody to prosecute, I should say the workers. The people working in that department, the head of the department should be sacked. I mean, I don't get it. But if you want prosecution now, they will prosecute the landlord or even the tenant that is living there. That's the ridiculous way it goes. I don't know. But Lagos State should be ashamed of itself anyway.
It's overcrowded, and the demand on housing is quite high. And then what people are doing is they buy these lands and then they want to maximize as much as they can out of that land. So they go higher than they've signed off with the authorities. They'll build with inferior materials, all of these things.
Man, let me tell you a story. All this is overcrowded. It's a mere talk.
Lagos is not overcrowded. Lagos is a mega city, you know.
Let me tell you something. Lagos, by now, according to people who open their mouth to talk, by now in Nigeria, if Nigerians were functioning, nobody will even know the difference between Ogun State and what's the name of the other state close to Ogun? Not Ondo.
Is it Oyo State?
Oyo. Ogun and Oyo.
Yes.
By now, nobody would have known the one that is Lagos State. In a country that is functioning, I can assure you that. Those places would have been developed. All these houses, I bought land. That's where people would have been living with a high-speed train lines. Beautiful road you can drive from that place to walk in 45 minutes. If you want to drive.
That's already the case for Ogun State, you know. There's a real service that, in fact, Thomas often tells us anecdotes of his sister jumping on the train to go and work in Lagos and then going back.
I'm not talking about one, anyway.
One rickety line away.
I'm not talking about one railroad. I'm talking about crisscrossing rail, even within Oyo State, within Ogun State, so that people can, from their house, walk down to the train station, take the train, do connections till they get to Lagos. And this will take nothing less than 45 minutes because traveling by train is easier because you don't get hold-ups and all those things. Because he said 45 minutes is 45 minutes. He keeps stopping at the train stations and the train keep moving. No hitches, unless there is trouble. I mean, I don't get it. That's the easiest way to travel. Maybe I'm speaking because I love rail travel anyway. That's the easiest way to travel. Very easy. And you see more because it's beautiful. You have a place to look at the towns and cities you're passing. I mean, I don't know why Nigeria don't want to do that. I don't know, but it is what.
But to be fair, we're in the process of correcting that. They are crisscrossing the country with rail at a rapid rate. Itakpo to something or the other, Kaduna to Abuja, Lagos to Ibadan. I think there's one just being completed in the east as well, and they're slowly interlinking the country by rail.
They should do it. Either the rail will be up, the road will be down, or the road will be down, the rail will be down, the road will be up. Whichever way they want to do it. It's better they keep the road up because at least that's the one they can build, and leave the rail down. Easy. You choose if you're a rich man who wants to buy fuel for 3,000 naira per liter. Fine. Buy your fuel, hit the road. For the normal workers, everyday worker, they should have train. So that wake up in your house. You said you are leaving your house by 5:30. You should be in Lagos by 6 o'clock. Fine. The train keep moving until it gets to the final destination. It takes off again. I don't know why Nigeria cannot do that. I just don't understand that.
Well, Zita, may I interject?
Go ahead.
Well, I think you are behind when it comes to the rail transport. There is Polako to Aba functioning, and there is Lagos to Ibadan functioning with stopover in Abeokuta. And there is Uyigbo already to Alagbadu. Alagbadu is Ogun State. So there is that seamlessness in travel between Ogun State and Lagos. A lot of people work in Lagos, they live in Ogun State. But for the rail to function from Ogun side properly, BT is trying to defend his governor. They are not putting in their own shift. They have to do the roads so they can have access to the Alagbado train station, or even continue the rail line into Ifo or Kwakbala and Turo in Ogun State, and they are done. Lagos State has done their best, and the red line is functioning as we speak.
You are not understanding me. You see, when I want to talk about infrastructural development of a country, I don't call the government. That's where our corruption and everything comes in. I don't call the government. You see, I was looking at the rail system in Lagos State. I hope the man did not steal it from Chicago. I hope he legally accepted that thing, because I was looking at Oshodi. It cuts off. It goes to Ajao, then to, what's that? There's one airport it goes to, then the other one continues straight. I was looking at it. It was like something, if you look at the one in Chicago, it's looking like that. But what am I saying? I'm saying that that thing should not be run by the government. Should not be built by the government. I have said this several times. Just like Dangote build the refinery, one billionaire in Nigeria should concentrate on. This is one of the easiest business somebody can do in Nigeria. Very easy. If they will let him. If need be, let the government be the one to construct the railroad. Let the individuals buy the train. Just like we have all those train buses, the young, this, that. They should have trains like that. Why not? What is actually going on in my country? Why not? You buy your train ticket as a worker for 1 month, put it in your pocket. Tap, you join the train. Tap, you come back. I mean,
But it's only about 2 years ago they removed a rail system from the exclusive list, actually. It's always been a function of the government until Buhari did it about 2 years ago. So maybe we'll see private people coming into that space.
I don't know. If a company can build those rails, and then, rail construction is something that
I anticipate that they'll be setting up those rail services soon. In Tinubu's second term, if he gets a second term.
They should have a train that goes from Lagos to Imo State. They should have outstate train, intercontinental, like the one that goes from Lagos to Benin Republic to Togo. Nigeria should make a hell of money from those things. It look as if it doesn't make money, but it makes a lot of money. If a whole month you are be able to say your train, you can go anywhere in Nigeria with 150,000 naira in a month. Do you know how many people can buy it? You won't believe it. Or you say 70,000 for a month for
I agree with you, by the way. The obvious most profitable route is from Lagos to the east, because the Easterners, they go home every weekend, they go en masse any public holiday. It's just, it's just that will ultimately prove to be the most profitable. Lagos to the east, you know, maybe even from the port to the east.
I mean, I don't know, but all this one, build this road, build this road, build this road. How many people actually use that road? In the real sense of it. If you build rail lines,
which road is that?
If you build rail lines, you will understand that it's not actually as much as that use that road. Most people that use all those rickety buses that get them tied on the road, tire falling here, roof falling off, accident here and there, most of them will prefer train, rail travel, because it's safer and it's faster. So why wouldn't anybody? I don't get it. If you have a good car, then you can use it to go to church, use it to go for maybe shopping over the weekend and things like that. Have speed trains and low speed trains in the city. Why not? Why not? Where you are forced to pay for 1 week or 2 weeks, or you have a day pass. A day pass will cost you more. You buy for 1 week, 2 weeks, or 1 month. You keep tapping, going to everywhere you want to go with ease. Do you know how much that company will make? I don't really understand my country, honestly, but it is what it is. Next topic, please. I don't understand that.
No, all right. The next topic still stays within. Did somebody want to come in? The next topic still stays within that. Let me make sure, Baba. I think we're getting feedback. The next topic still stays within that those parameters. Tinubu now in China, and I'm saying that if Nigeria is ever to develop, it will be largely dependent on the relationship between Nigeria and the Chinese. So here is Tinubu trying to establish that relationship. So that's the Novo enjoying the pomp and pageantry of the Chinese, but the relationship between the Chinese and Nigeria is very crucial to any plans that Tinubu is having.
Where did you get that one from?
Oh, this is it's in China at the moment, so this is here.
That's what I'm saying. I said you said the relationship to China is with China is important to our development, and that's what I'm asking. Where did you get that one from?
Their technical expertise, their financial capacity, their non-interference in your domestic affairs, or all of these things, they bring a lot of development. If they are able to craft the deal, that they don't take advantage of you. Yeah.
Okay, one man, you see that topic, I don't want to discuss it because you see, I'm not into this China affair thing. Okay, I'm not part of this China stuff. I am not. For the reasons I will not say here, I am never into this China stuff because I don't know the damage they're doing in the United States and the countries they are in. So I'm not into it. I don't want to discuss it. And I wouldn't wish my country for China to come in.
So who's going to build this crossing rail if you have gone to the Chinese? Who will build the rail?
I am not living. I know that most people, most countries in Africa will want China to come and build their rail. But for me, because it's cheap, it's cheaper labor, cheaper manpower, cheaper everything, but even cheaper materials. I don't think I want that cheap stuff for my country because I know.
Did you say cheap materials? Come on,
Yes.
Zita. Come on.
Yes.
Come on,
Yes.
Zita. They catch up already. China catch up already with the West. Don't let's deny that.
I'm with Baba. I think that's an old narrative that you know.
Let me
I think
finish.
that narrative is like a decade passé.
I will even prefer a steel made in Nigeria to be used for our road than a steel made in China. But this is my own. I would prefer that companies that do rail line, like Bombardier, should build both our trains and our rail line. That's me, okay? Because why do I say this? Because my country is not good with maintenance culture. Maintenance is a terrible thing. They can't even maintain a house they built, let alone maintaining a public infrastructure. So I will want something that will be built and there will be a turn back for so many years and it's still up and running. But that is me. I'm talking me. Any other person can say his own opinion, but that's my opinion for my country. I am not and will never be into this China stuff. But if anybody thinks that's a 15-year-old ideology, that's fine. But I wouldn't want China to build things in my country because my country don't have maintenance culture. That's where I stand. And they don't have that money that when that thing goes bad, because China stuff is when it goes bad, you remove it and put another one. It's not actually something you do repair. They don't have that. They don't have maintainability. The QAC and I forgot my engineering. Don't worry about that. They don't have it, and we all know that they don't have it. So when they do something for you, when it goes bad, you remove it and put another one. There's nothing like repair. So, but that is me.
But that's the phenomenon now, though. I don't think anybody. I don't think anything is being built with the durability of years gone by. I don't think anything in any. Not even the Germans are building anything.
Let me tell you that
with that level of durability.
Lagos Ibadan rail line.
Can I chip in, please?
Yeah, come in.
Hello.
Yeah.
I think I will agree with Madam Sita. You see, when a country does not have a quality assurance or quality control system, that is the problem you get. In fact, an engineer told me about all these buildings that are collapsing, that if you look at the iron rods coming from China, because most of them come from China, that they are always short by some millimeters. So when they say this is 5 centimeters in thickness or diameter, it will be shorter than that 5 centimeter, maybe 4 point something centimeter. So because there is no measure, like, let me tell you some things that they will bring to UK here, to Nigeria, they cannot accept them in UK. They won't.
Now, a friend of mine went to China. He saw some iPhones there, and if you see, if you hear the amount they were selling them, and he looked at the one that he was having that has even been with him for over 2 years, was still far more expensive than the one he saw in China. And the guy told him that, well, it's because it's built for domestic use. So those type, they will take them to Nigeria, and before you know it, it will be cheaper. I will give you another good example. There was a time I was involved in selling shirts from TM Leaves and Hay and Curtis. Now I sent them to my friend in Lagos, and before you know it, he realized that there was a shop at Ikoyi and Awolowo Road in Ikoyi. They have TN Louis, and they were selling them. Was it not 3 for 20,000? You see, well, at the end of the day, it brought shortage because they saw that the one sold in Ikoyi there was far cheaper than the one that we bought here, and the one we have here was of higher quality, but people didn't mind. They prefer to just go for the cheaper one as long as the label is on it. So it's because we don't have that quality assurance. It's not that all those systems are not there, but nobody is responsible in a, it's a simple thing. If you go to petrol stations in Nigeria, there are some that they've changed, they've turned all the systems and so on, but which can never happen in UK here. If you are buying 10 liters, you know you are buying 10 liters. But in Nigeria, you want to buy 10 liters, maybe it's only 8 liters that will be in your tank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, can I continue, one man? Or is there any other person?
No, I think Baba wants to come in.
Okay.
I think what the gentleman just said is not what obtains. Let me just put it politely. America imports steel, even as we speak, from China. Though during Trump's time, they added more on the tariff. That's why a lot of the steel factories in America are not optimally producing because of the import from China. And if America imports from China, you know it must be up to standard. They will not take anything substandard from China, India, or any other country. It even has to be better, if not stronger, than what they produce at home. Take, for instance, the iPhone he mentioned, where Apple has its manufacturing plant in China. When you go to China, if you want to import anything, there are unscrupulous factories that we can tell, look, this Panadol, do it 50 mm for me and label it 100 mg or mg, and they will do it for you. And when you bring it to your country, it behoves on the regulatory body of your country to detect it. What we lack in Nigeria is that the standard board and NAFDAC, they are not doing their job very well. You can go anywhere and manufacture anything, but when you bring it here, let's test it. If it's not up to our own standard, then we have to reject it and make sure that those things are destroyed. When you say they are buying steel that are not measured up to the standard, no, I disagree with you, because if you have a site engineer, it's a function of mathematics. They have the calipers to measure it. So it's not a question of somebody is being, or an importer is duping anybody. If they tell you it's 5 mm high tensile, you will see the tensile rounding it up and use your calipers to measure.
Okay. Baba, and let me say this. I will always say it. I would prefer to deal with somebody who have shame than dealing with somebody who got no shame. As long as I'm concerned, China got no shame. You see, QAQC, they lack it. I don't know where you get that China has QAQC. But let me say this. Most of the companies in China, for those who has been there, please correct me if I'm wrong. Most of the companies in China that you can get, just as you said, iPhone, you can get very good quality things with QAQC. It's not owned by Chinese. It's either owned by a German and American. It's an American company, a German company, an Australian company, or a British company, or a French company that had their building in that place. They are more interested in the cheap labor, not in the QAQC. But until people understand that, they will stop talking about this China stuff. But as long as people believe that those things are made in China, the intels are from China and it's made in China, then we keep going about all this China stuff. But let me say this, for countries like my country, Nigeria, they are not going to use those German companies in China. They are not going to use those American companies in China. They are going to use the main Chinese companies who ain't got no shame. So that's why I said, for my country, Nigeria, I don't wish anything China into my country. That is me. But anybody who wants to go that route, after all, I'm not living in Nigeria, that's fine. But China is a no-no to me. In fact, instead I will use China, I will use a local labor, locally manufactured in Nigeria to get the job done. I know that most rail lines today in Nigeria are being repaired. Those are most of the ones that are being built by the British even before I was born. They get it repaired and are running. I wonder what is going to happen to those that Chinese company will build. That in my country, they don't have maintenance culture. QAQC is not a language in my country anyway. And then China. I wonder what it's going to be like. Why do I say China? I don't want people to be losing their lives in things like rare travel. It has zero hazard, almost zero hazard. For it to be in Nigeria and we are hearing trains skid like this, skid go like this, skid go like this, it's going to be ridiculous. But it is what it is. That's my take. And that is me. So if you guys want to clap for Tinubu that he's going to China, that Nigerian development depends on China, I don't know how that word came out or came about. But for me as a Nigerian, my development for my country did not depend on China. And I wouldn't love to see them around in Nigeria. That is me. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's move.
Next topic.
Let's move the conversation around a bit. Let's bring Niyoma on Zeta. So Niyoma, come into the conversation. We don't have an abundance of topic, but we're still having somewhat of a session. Do you want to speak to this one? Did you hear that DNA readout, Niyoma?
Well, I was just half listening when you were reading it.
Let me give you the highlights of it. So the company that does DNAs in Nigeria, they've come out to share some interesting statistics with us. So they're saying for paternity DNAs, they're telling us that 27% of paternity DNAs comes out negative, which tells us then that 1 in 4 of a Nigerian child is a bastard. So that's just to put that. Yes. So actually, let me just quickly go through it. It's quite an interesting one. I'll be very quick. It says Smart DNA, a leading DNA testing center in Lagos State, has released its comprehensive 2024 report on DNA testing trends in Nigeria, covering July 2023 to June 2024. The report unveils several astonishing findings that shed light on societal dynamics, economic factors, and changing family structures in Nigeria. The report, released on Sunday in Lagos, showed that paternity uncertainty remains high. According to it, 27% of paternity tests conducted came back negative, indicating that more than 1 in 4 men tested are not the biological father of the children in question. It also showed immigration tests surge. I know in America somewhat they will ask you to do a DNA test for your family unit to make sure it's a unit. It showed immigration test surge, indicating that the JAPA trend was high. The report noted a significant increase in DNA tests for immigration purposes, growing more than any other test type as more Nigerians seek opportunities abroad. The trend also suggested a growing number of parents with dual citizenship were processing paperwork for their children's emigration. On regional dominance, the report showed that Lagos dominated, a reflection of economic disparity. So this is where it gets interesting, an overwhelming 73.1% of DNA tests conducted in Lagos with an overwhelming 71.1% of DNA tests were conducted in Lagos, with a stark divide between the mainland, which is 67.5%, and the island, which is 32.5%. This concentration highlighted the economic divide within Lagos State and across Nigeria, raising questions about access to such services in other parts of the country. It also showed the Yoruba ethnic group accounted for 53% of tests, followed by the Igbos, 31.3%, with the Hausas, 1.2%. Commenting on the report, Operation Manager at Smart DNA, Elizabeth Dagia, said, these findings offer a unique window into the changing dynamics of the Nigerian families and society. The high rate of negative paternity tests and the surge in immigration-related tests are particularly noteworthy. They reflect broader societal trends that merit further discussion and research. The concentration of testing in Lagos also raises important questions about accessibility and awareness of DNA testing services across Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay.
So you don't do that.
You don't do. No,
let me just give you two more paragraphs. It says the statistics shows that most of the children tested are ages 0 to 5, which is 54%. So testing are people wanting to confirm paternity early. Men age 41 plus are 45.6, and 31 to 40, 37% were most likely to request for the test. Let me give you one last one. Also, it indicated slight gender bias in child testing, as more tests were conducted on male children, 52.8 than female children. So, interesting data, the changing dynamics of the Nigerian space. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, there are two reasons I want to give about the statistics you've just given. The first one is the divide between the rich and the poor, and that contributes a lot to the percentage you have in the mainland compared to the island. Now, if you also the percentage for Yoruba, to me, I will not dispute that. I don't know much about that of Igbo, but I will equally not dispute that of the Hausas, because, you know, like the Hausas, generally, they have their wives in Puda. That is, they don't go out. If they even want to go out, they cover their faces. And you know, when you have a son, when the son is getting to a puberty stage, you don't go to your mother's room anymore, except those rich ones or the educated one. But ordinarily, you don't go to your mother's room anymore once you reach puberty stage. You can only greet your mother just at the entrance. So the same thing goes for the ladies. So that may actually reduce that kind of mismatch that we have here. Now, in the villages, generally in Yoruba land, there are a lot of people having concubine here and there. You know, this thing was, I was still discussing it with someone just yesterday, that, you know, generally in Yoruba land, especially in the village, your brother's wife, maybe your older brother, some people will still be sleeping with the wife. That is, the younger brother can be sleeping with the wife, or someone in that clan that is younger than that brother can be sleeping with the wife. And most of these things are for economic reasons. Like, they want to cultivate farm for them. They want to have some farm produce that they can give to them, and all those things is very rampant in the village. Well, I grew up in the village anyway, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. So I will not dispute with that percentage that you have there. The reason why it has not been obvious is just simply because of the technology that is just coming up now. Like in the village, sometimes you see some children, you say, oh, this one does not resemble any of the parents. And you can now relate it with that is phenotypic expression. What I mean is the physical expression will now resemble someone in that family. And you can just connect the dots together. So I will not really dispute about the DNA results that you have there. Though I don't know much about the culture from Igbo, but that of Hausas, yeah, just as I've told you, I think is because of the culture that has reduced. But for Yoruba, especially in the villages or where you have economic issue, that is very, very rampant. Very, very rampant. Okay. Are you there?
Yes, yes, I am there, but I don't actually think it was paternity that came out of that space. I think it's the growing trend of the Japa. Most of the DNA tests being done are for migration purposes. So that's all. We already know that.
I know it's for migration purpose, but what I'm saying is, it's not just that. I took my son to the hospital. I just want to know if it's my son. No, but when they have to travel and they need to look at the DNA, or sometimes it can even be blood test. So they now realize that, well, because ordinarily a child supposed to share 50-50 of the parents' DNA. But when that is not coming up, then you know that this one does not, possibly they can say, oh, that is not your child at all. And why that thing was coming up so much was because, I think, was it 2 days ago when someone was saying that you see some students will be coming to uni, that is to study abroad, coming with 5 children. And maybe that 5 children, only 2 of them are his children. The rest are not. So that may also contribute to that that percentage that you can see there.
All right. But I think it's quite interesting actually because it also narrows to it says 53% of the Yorubas were in that space. So that is to tell you then that the people jackpotting the most are the Yorubas.
Yeah,
and then,
the Yorubas.
Yes.
And they are the one doing a baby anyhow.
How do you mean? How do you mean?
Oh God. They are the one doing everywhere.
Oh, what does that even mean?
What does it?
You know, it's quite interesting. And then because a lot of the DNA testing is coming out of Lagos State, but what is also telling us is that about a ratio of 70 to 30, the split between Lagos Island and Lagos mainland. So it really tells us the demography of the people actually jackpotting. So of course, the income bracket between the island and the mainland we already know. So that tells us then that is the educated lower middle class to the lower classes essentially that are jackpotting. So the people really under the pressure for a better life.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
But this one I saw was, I think I said it here a long time ago, is the first child. I stumbled into, is it a documentary or a this thing, saying that there is a this thing on Nigerian firstborn children. They said 45%. That was a lot. That the man is not the father of his first child. That's what they said. They said 45% Nigeria. And they said Nigeria is second to Jamaica.
In bastardization. Yeah, I don't know what it is. So that's a whole coded language. But no, it's oh, you mean spreading it about? Okay, yes, I think I'm with you now. But you know, I'm really tickled by this. I don't know, not a lot of people are, but let me take you to the collapsing buildings, the Yoma. So your thoughts on that?
Sorry, just before you go there, if you look at that percentage too, it actually speaks of the number of students that are coming to overseas for studies. Like in my uni, you realize that, in fact, as of last year, all over the common rooms, you find Yoruba write-up being displayed. Yoruba, Igbo write-ups being displayed to welcome new intakes. And you just wonder, if they can be doing that, it shows the number of people that are coming, especially from Nigeria. Sometimes you can be in a lift in uni, and you just realize that the whites there will be minority, and people will just be speaking Yoruba, and you know how loud we are, especially when we are on phone. You just know straight away that these people are from Nigeria. So,
but what does that tell us though? Because it tells us now that we are international people, so that's not going to reverse. But how does that impact on the Nigerian state itself? Because with a lot of this outflow, they will at some point come back to Nigeria. How would that impact on society, expectations, standards, etc.? So I don't know, man. Like they're saying, it's data that research needs to be done on, certainly. All right. All right. Let me take you to the collapsing buildings. Give us thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we've discussed about this regarding some of the inferior materials that they supply. You know, I remember, was it 2020 when the COVID came? You know, most of the masks were being produced in Turkey. And there was a time they produced mass production from Turkey, and the whole thing was rejected in UK here. It was rejected and sent back to Turkey. That will not happen in Nigeria. You remember during that COVID, even when they gave vaccine to Nigeria, they were vaccines that were almost expired, maybe just about a month or two on them. So, and in Nigeria, because of all these atrocities we've been talking about, people just turn blind eyes to materials that are being supplied. Like when we talk about inferior, it may not be it can be in quantity or even the quality of that material, like being shot in millimeter or thereabout, or some things that are supposed to be built and maybe by some materials and they are not there, or maybe something that's supposed to be an alloy is just ordinary brittle metal that they're using. So you know, and we don't do a debriefing or even reviewing things. We don't do that in Nigeria. It's unfortunate. If you remember some years back, was it not when the green? You remember the green? That building that got burnt in London, that about 82 people died. Was it Greenfield building? Greenfield building. You know, they have to start reviewing all the claddings that are being used in the whole of UK. And those claddings that are not fire resistant.
Gramsfield, wasn't it? That was Gramsfield in East London.
Exactly, thank you.
Yeah.
All the claddings that were not fire resistant were being removed. So, but in Nigeria, nothing like that. We don't care. We just continue because there is no there is no punishment on that. So, and that is exactly what is happening. You saw the 21-story building that collapsed the other time, and maybe about 42 people died. Nothing is being done. So the same thing here. Even the one in GOVS recently, was it last month or 2 months ago? I'm sure nothing will be done. So there is no inquest into what must have happened, what lesson have we learned here? Nothing like that. And it's very easy for you to see this thing around us, except if we want to lie. If you are at the airport in UK here, all the officials will just be doing their business. They just open your bag, check it if they need to, and nothing like maybe what have you got for us. But look at Nigeria. If you don't want them to check your bag, then you have to give them something. And those are the reasons why we have all this rubbish happening. So it will still continue. It will still continue, definitely. It will still continue. And you know, for Lagos, the soil is not the same as the inland or interland. It's not the same. The water level is so high.
Yes, what's and that's the thing, by the way, the whole narrative hinges around the foundation, how it's being built and all that. But what's the solution to this? You can't ask them to take down. If they start saying demolish buildings that are not that don't meet regulation, I think half of Lagos will have to come down.
Yeah,
Neoma, please. Good evening. How are you? One man, give me. I'm on break. Let me just put in something. Don't you think maybe the materials are not fake materials? Is those engineers that are managing materials to build house? For instance, maybe they're supposed to use like maybe 20 mm for a building, for a pillar. They are using 10 mm. So are we not thinking in that direction? Maybe we should not put everything to the material supply was substantial or fake. Thank you.
What's happening. That's what's happening, Thomas.
Yeah, you are right. That is why generally I know it's not only the material, but even the people involved. Take for instance, if you want to make a block, maybe a bag of cement supposed to make around 40 blocks.
No,
for
9 inches.
6 inches, and
Okay.
some people may make up to 50 for 6 inches, and possibly for 9 inches supposed to be less than 30 or 30. People may go 40, and at the end of the day, you just touch the block, you see that the whole thing will just crumble on you. So if you are using all those things to build, the specification, yeah, okay, maybe I should say the specification, sometimes they compromise on that, apart from the materials. They
Including the
compromise on
concrete, washed concrete for decking and stuff like that.
Exactly.
They buy rubbish.
So I think those are the problems. So, and the soil texture is another issue. So, but if you look at the whole thing, everything boils down to the quality control and quality assurance, or the quality like you should have Lagos State task force going around looking at buildings just randomly, and they just pick people out. So, and that's and then when you give a fine, a big fine, that you realize that people we think twice before going into that. For instance, here, if you are to pay £2 and you refuse to pay that £2, you may come out with a fine of £100. So if they start doing something like that in Nigeria, or taking away their license, you will see that there will be a change. Thank you, Uma.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to speak to Adam's Oshiomhole versus the Obasekis?
Yeah, they normally say one turn deserves another, and one evil also sometimes deserves another. Well, I will blame the first person to go that talk about someone that is that doesn't have wife or is beyond bachelorhood and so on. That is why the Oshiomhole is also coming with that. And they said, if you really want to know how your mother was married off and so on, then you should join politics. And that is exactly what is happening. I never knew that Obaseki never had a child. You can imagine. So, and the whole thing is coming out now into the public, which shouldn't
I
be.
never knew that as well. It actually opens up a conversation around that. They are both in their 60s. We don't even know his back history. Maybe I don't know, man.
And generally,
Newman, sorry, one man. I think he said he doesn't have child with this woman. He didn't say he didn't have a child. Obaseki may have child, I don't know, but if you listen to that video very well, I think
how many wives does he have?
Officially will be one. You know that officially will be one. Yeah, that is official. So but I don't think Obaseki said maybe he doesn't have a child. Yeah, I just need to go on, my brother.
Okay. Well, I think it's an issue of Africa generally. We don't like adopting, and because for Obaseki, what will it take him to go and adopt maybe 2 or 3 children? It won't take him anything. So, and we don't know who is having issues. Though generally,
I don't think they do have. Sorry, Anyoma to Thomas. I don't think he has at all. That's what Yeah.
So, and we don't know who
how did he become
is
a
having
governor?
issues. maybe the wife or even Obaseki himself is the one that is having issues. So, well, anyway, I think they started it first. They started the fire, and
Yes.
they helped them to stoke it.
Yes, sorry. Nwachukwu is actually saying, and I think I read it somewhere as well, that there was a time that Obaseki was saying that even his own children in his own household, they are obedient.
Oh, right.
When he made that comment. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah. I think okay.
In his home. So he would have been lying then, would he?
Oh, maybe that it may be with the particular wife anyway. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that he was talking particularly with this woman. Obaseki has a child. If you remember that election time, they said his own children in his own house, they are obedient. You remember that time?
Okay.
Yes. That he make that comment. Yeah.
Well, I think both sides were wrong anyway. So both sides were wrong. He shouldn't get low to that level at all. So
can I comment there?
Yeah.
You see, okay.
No, carry on,
please.
You see, I wrote a paper on outrageous free speech, Fourth Amendment, and outrageous speech. There is one particular thing I keep hitting on that paper. People, we should talk about tolerance more. Instead of saying something somebody said is outrageous. Nobody decides what is outrageous. You shouldn't decide. Counter speech, counter comment, and that's exactly what happened here. She made a speech and somebody countered it. It's as simple as ABC. So if you think what she said is not outrageous, what Obaseki Oshiomhole said is not outrageous. But if you think what Obaseki Oshiomhole said is outrageous, then what she said is outrageous. She just got a counter comment. That's all. Thank you.
But what she said was not even about him, though.
It was not what?
It wasn't even about him. It wasn't about Oshiomhole. What she said.
The counter comment shouldn't necessarily come from the direction you position your first comment. A counter comment can come from anywhere. Somebody can refer you from anywhere. So that's how you should roll, so that people should have their free speech. When you say that bullshit, somebody should tell you another bullshit too. Simple.
All right, but I don't like it anyway. I have to say,
no, it's not.
It's not something I'm comfortable with, you know.
They say when they get low, we need to get high. So
that was Michelle, wasn't it, Obama?
Yeah.
All right. Now take us to one more space. We hear from Ajale Koko, and then I think maybe we'll just shut it down after that. I will put fire in your state. Wike wants governor over control of Rivers PDP structure. So Wike and his never-ending battle with the PDP space. Or you can either speak to that or just speak to anything that interests you.
Yeah, I heard it yesterday because I listened to his speech when I think it was a PDP convention in Rivers State, and he specifically mentioned the Bauchi State governor. So, and that is to tell you that the guy still have a very strong grip of PDP in that River State. The only thing is just the people that will suffer, because I wonder how they will have a PDP convention and the governor was not there, who's supposed to be the leader of that party in that state, was not there. I just hope that they will not burn down River State. That is just my fear. Because the way Wike was talking yesterday, you know, he meant business, And all their rhetoric is just a selfish one, nothing more. They don't have the people at their hearts, no. They are just talking, and it's just because of the control for power. So, and that is all. So, I don't really want to have much to say about the River State governor, because if you look at everything they have been saying is just for selfish reason, nothing more. So.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to speak on this space? ATIKU pushing for the privatization of NNPC, which is something that is already embedded in the petroleum industry bill, by the way.
You know that that is the most shrewd company in Nigeria, because when you look at NNPC, there are a lot of things that are happening there. Just like I mentioned the other time, that if you go to Nigeria now and you see NNPC petrol stations, that is why they will not allow petrol stations from Dangote, because I passed through a particular road. They call it Alimosho Road. That is from Yanopaja to Idemo, and there were almost 7 to 8 NNPC stations there, and you just wonder, so how on earth will they have so much like that? And that goes
sorry, that's subscribed. Most of them are not owned by NNPC.
You mean they're franchises?
Yeah, sorry, my dear, franchise.
Okay, that they okay. Well,
because I have an uncle who owned one of the franchise.
Okay. Well, so, but the point is, to be sincere, if they really want to, which I doubt they will ever do that, is to allow the NNPC to go public, so that the people can buy shares and so on. So, but I don't think
you know, if it goes public, the average man will never own a share.
No, you can, because it's just like.
I don't think they will.
If you remember when the banks, when they were selling their shares at that time, when was it during Soludo's time? Yeah, it depends on how much.
I remember. I put 1,000 pounds in first
you
bank.
Can buy maybe 100 units and so on, so you will still be able to buy at that time. So I'm sure if they should enlist it, people will buy, even if it's 1 unit. They can go to their banks, depending on the bank that is anchoring it. They can go to the bank and still buy. So, but will they do it? I doubt it, because that is when there will now be need for transparency, which they don't want. So,
but they will have to do it at some point, though, because it's embedded in the petroleum industry bill. So
yeah,
they're
supposed to be thinking in that direction straight away. In fact, it's not supposed to be delayed to this point. And for ATIKU demanding that, I'm sure he is also have his eyes on that, because it's not because of the public that he's saying that, but it's just so that he can also get his own share. So,
can I come in?
Yes.
Please. Okay. You see, one thing is privatization. Another thing is for you to understand what such parastatal or such company owned by government, what they were doing, what is their functions, what is their activities before you think of privatization. What is the job of NNPC in Nigeria? Before you say NNPC should be privatized, most of the jobs that NNPC do must be removed from them before you talk about privatizing them. Otherwise, some group of Nigerians will own our oil reserve. I rest my case.
All right. Let's did someone want to come in? Let's go to Ajanle Koko. See if Ajanle Koko is ready for us now.
Thank you, woman.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, somebody else talking?
No, that was the Neoma. Just yeah. So yeah. To the conversation. We don't actually have an abundance. We're talking about DNA testing in Nigeria. Wike fighting the PDP. ATIKU forcing them to sell NNPC. Oshiomhole calling Obaseki childless. So it's just a mellow session.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, what are they talking about? The DNA in Nigeria?
No, it's not actually, the focus is not actually so much on paternity. What they are actually telling us is that a lot of the DNA testing going on in Nigeria is for migration purposes. So people looking to leave the country and the country that they are going to requiring that as part of the documentations. And then they are telling us that Lagos is the epicenter of DNA testing. And they are also telling us that within Lagos, Lagos mainland is about 70% where all those DNA testing are coming from. So it's just an interesting eye-opener into the changing dynamics of the Nigerian space.
Oh, yeah. So, anyway, the way I see it is most of the people that want to japa, that have to surrender their DNA of their family to the embassies, just like you said, they are over 70% from the mainland. That should tell us that the people that are middle class and below middle class are the ones that are mostly Japan out of Nigeria. So those that are upper middle class and the wealthy Nigerians live in the island. So I think that is what that data is telling us. 70% of DNA record show that people taking this DNA test are from mainland. So, and what are the consequences of this to our country is another way I want us to take a look of it. So if you have the middle class and those below middle class are moving out of the country en masse, that's to our country is.
But is lower middle class to working class though? That's what that is telling us. If they are mainly people from the mainland, then that's lower middle class to working class, because the middle to upper classes they are on the island.
Well, I don't want to totally agree that.
It speaks to that a lot of them are actually going for education to get into that middle class bracket. No, just from what Neoma was just telling us. He lectures, I think, in the university.
Well, you see, what my own interpretation of that is that that's a serious brain drain against the country when you see people that are below middle class and the middle class moving out of the country. Those are, those below the middle class constitute the workforce. Majority, they constitute the how do I describe it? They are in that back bracket of those that can be described as the workforce in that country, because those will be, you can have civil servant and some others that, you know, not doing good economically and financially strangulated now, looking for alternative. They don't have, you know, hope. They don't see future in that country, and those are the ones that you know, because they don't have good job already. They are not well paid, and they see the best alternative is just to move out of that country so that they can have a better economic life. So and to us as a country, those are the people that we get to, you know, a foreign country and want to better their educational career and other things so that they can be well educated, get a better job, get, you know, better CV, so that by the time they want to return to the country, at least if for any reason they want to still apply for any job in Nigeria, it's going to be a top class job. So that just show that, look, people in mainland, that is where we have another thing. I want to also, and another way I want to look at it is that if you look at the population, I'm not surprised by that figure anyway, because the majority of the population in Lagos State are constituted in the mainland. So in the island, there are few. The population of people there are few compared to those at the mainland. So that is another factor that could be responsible for that, you know, data that we had. So, but what is very important is that Nigerians, if they are given that free hand and free offer from many countries around the world to come to their country, Nigeria en masse, whether from the mainland or island, particularly the youth, they want to get out of their country because the country is not working for them. So, but the information is good. It tells us what we have concerning the DNA and those that for what reason are doing the DNA and where where they live, particularly in Lagos. So that's my take on that. One man.
Anyway, let's just leave that. I probably want to bring it back up again. I'm going to keep that article. I think that that article actually offers a lot more than we are picking out of it at the moment.
I agree with you, one man.
Yes, because 1.2% DNA testing in the north, where the concentration of the country is. So that tells us a lot of things. So that tells us then that they are covering whatever paternity issues they have in the north. So that's one. And then that also tells us that they are not jackpying in the north in the same manner that we are jackpying. So what does that mean for their economics there? We know they have a lot of wealthy people, but we know that the poverty is more weighted there than. So a lot of things just from this data, it's just, it gives a lot more. Yeah,
did they give figure from the north as well?
Yes, they said they said the people jackpying are 53% Yoruba or something like that, and then 31 point something percent Igbos, and then 1.2% Hausa. So not the people Japa, the people doing the DNA testing. So why is that? So
and who did their papa of the children?
How do you mean?
They didn't give you the percentage
of what?
Of the result of the DNA.
Oh no, they did. They said 27% of paternity related DNA came out negative, which is to tell you 1 in 4 Nigerian child is not actually the son, daughter of whoever they are calling daddy.
Okay. So there is a lot of everywhere.
Yeah, it's a lot of going on. Everybody, so it's because there's no light now. All those brothers that they will tie wrapper with twin paco and stroll to the gates. Any girl that is passing by, they just they deal with that. So but yeah, no.
You see that figure, one man. Number one, I want us to consider that it's not our culture to even do DNA for any reason whatsoever. It's not African culture. So, number two is that where we have larger percentage in the South and just 1 point something percent percentage in the North is that, look, our educated youth or people in the South are, there are less opportunity for them.
Baba Jalekoko, can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask you a question?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because it seems like you're not understanding the meaning of this information at all. Because I heard you a few minutes ago, you're talking about brain drain and all that stuff. That's not what this information is letting people know. This information is letting people know that the moral fabric of our society is finished, especially our women, especially those in Lagos. Most of them are completely useless because this information, these people, they didn't just japa, and it wasn't in their mentality when they wanted to do this test. I'm pretty sure they're coming with children, meaning that years before, maybe even before they even thought about moving to abroad, the women has already started doing stuff. And the worst part about it is not even the poor people, or let's say just the people who are just coming out of poverty. These are people who have some kind of money now, some kind of means, and this is kind of information that's coming out. So it shows that all this church and all this stuff that you see Nigerians taking seriously is all a joke. It don't mean anything. Do you know what is 70% of the people going there? That means that the number is even worse than the 70%. It's probably close to 80 to 90 at this point now, especially there in Lagos. Our moral fabric is completely finished. It's not about any brain drain. So I want you to have that in mind.
Cyrus, it's not especially there in Lagos. So the data is coming out of Lagos only because that is where most of the testing is taking place. So you can extrapolate those statistical numbers and project it nationwide. So it's not especially that Lagos is the den of iniquity. They said 70-something% of DNA tests being done in the whole of Nigeria is being done in Lagos. So that's just a test hub that you can extrapolate and project.
Right, but you have to bear in mind there's three things. One, Lagos is like it's like an epicenter. So I think and then even if it's another, I think a lot of people are even coming outside of Lagos. But whether they're coming outside or inside of Lagos, the numbers are still damning. In addition to that, you have to take in mind that these are not poor people, though. That anybody that's doing anything citizenship, it takes years and it takes tons of money to any visa, and there's not even guaranteed.
The bastard, Iwatuku is saying I shouldn't use the word. It's just a word. I don't know. The bastardization is not actually coming out of the migration DNA. It's coming out of the paternity DNA. So the people, actually the statistics are a lot lower than I thought it was, because I'd always thought, I think I read somewhere that 60% of Nigerian children, they are not actually biological to the person they call father. But what this is telling us is that 27% of the paternity-related DNA test came back negative. So
Well, it shows that especially that Lagos is just, I don't know any person, up-to-do person will want to raise a family in that place
no,
because
you are still missing it. It's not about Lagos. The whole test was done in Lagos essentially. 70% of the DNA test in Nigeria done in Lagos. If 70% was done in Abuja, the data is not going to be any different. If it was done in Ibadan, it will not be significantly different.
But
70-something% of the whole thing was done in Lagos.
but either way, it's still damning. This is not like 10% or less than that. I mean, this is you know how many people want to
Yeah,
live there.
but are we matching it?
Either way you look at
Are
it,
we matching it against global data?
forget it. Let's just we should compare it to what we deem right in the society. Like this kind of news is like if you don't hear people like a governmental agency saying this news, I mean it's hard to believe. But this is it shows that all this stuff.
To believe Nigerians are notoriously promiscuous.
But why is it that whenever we hear these numbers, is some of the highest that we're there in the world that we be hearing? Why is things like that?
But it's not high now, 27%.
There's a number that came out. I think they said Nigeria, I think one other Caribbean country was the highest in the world some years ago. This kind of similar kind of data searching. So my point is that all this moral stuff, all this church everywhere, big pastor, all this stuff, this is all really fake. Our society has really collapsed. I mean, this is it's still hard to believe, but this is becoming more and more of a reality, and things will get 10 times worse. So, Ajale Koko, just have this. I hope you have this in mind when you're responding, because this is now a problem, and it's even worse than what we're talking about. So,
yeah, I didn't know that the DNA even tell us the outcome of it, which woman is saying that 27% came back negative.
these are the people who have money, Not these are some that even have some kind of money.
That is bad. That is not good for, like you said, my friend, that with all these churches and all this, so all this
everything, the whole society fake. Everything is fake.
Oh man, it's sad. It's sad, but but like I was saying earlier, the difference between the figure in the south and that of the north is that a lot of people in the north are not Japan, because those that are educated there have better opportunity, there are more opportunity for them in the north, to get better in life,
Does that not also indicate that not sufficient enough of them are not actually educated?
That is the point.
Yeah, because if they were educated to the percentages that we are in the south, then I don't think they have the jobs to insulate them.
They won't have it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the topic. Now the topic is the morals being finished.
No, it's not about the morals. It gives us a lot. It tells us that that the 27% paternity negative. But what it also tells us, it tells us that there's a surge in people doing DNA testing for reasons of migration. So that's why most people do it, not for paternity especially, but for migration. So that then tells us then
Yeah, I was going to say that, but since it's that, this 30% is coming from men who are not even suspecting. What about the ones who are going for DNA that are actually suspecting?
They do suspect. That's the thing. They said the number one reason that that people do the DNA test for paternity is for peace of mind, and then the people that are doing it, they are abundantly from 40 plus. And then the ages that they are doing it also, the most DNA being done for paternity related is from age 0 till 5. You know, and then more DNAs are being done on males than female.
It's worse than we think. This actually far worse than we think, and it's only recently that the past few years that this has become a little bit of a discussion in the populist space. But this problem has been going on for a long time. At least, let's say, at least the past 20 years, but maybe even more than that, and it's really a problem now.
Well, we've seen Cyrus. We've seen countless examples of people graduating children only to find out that they're not biologically theirs. You know,
but how
you're taking them through university and everything, all of the nappy changing, endless nights, the oh daddy, all of the assault on your wallet and your emotions, only for you to find out after graduation that there's a guy we did here that 3 out of his 4 children were not biologically his, and he's seen them all through university.
Oh Lord, it's even worse than that, because like these are like, what about, I mean, sometimes we hear about men, if you tell some men this, they don't want to do it, just whether it's for peace of mind or not, just to know, they don't feel like doing it. So it seems like we don't want to deal with this issue. A lot of men don't want to deal with this issue, but it's becoming worse. So,
but legally, those children are still yours. Even
you see what I mean? You see what I mean?
They are your children.
That's not your children.
There are cases in UK where that happened.
We're talking about a civilized country now, some country that has some kind of morals, not these foreign lands.
No, I'm saying as a man, even if you discover that at maybe adulthood of that child for whom you have expended so much, God, sweat, money, everything, and if the father is not contesting it or the father is not coming up, you shut your mouth.
So if it's your family member, you shut your mouth.
Yeah, of course.
Oh well, you're the minority now, and this mentality is why this mentality is why this number. You're part of the reason why this number is so high.
No, you can't judge me. It's not a question of moral. It's a question of responsibility. I nurtured a child from childhood until adulthood. I want to tell that 20-year-old girl or boy that you are no more my child, just like that, at the snap of a finger.
First of all, this is coming from the wife or the so-called wife's fault, and the man who was conniving with them. You don't know who that man was. That man could be your number one enemy. That your wife was, your so-called wife.
I said if somebody is not contesting it, knocking on my door to claim that child, and if that person knocks on my door to claim that child, I'll give that person a big invoice.
Hold on, Cyrus. Listen to what Baba is saying to you.
What is he saying?
It is very difficult to walk away from a child that you have nurtured for 20-something odd years. That's what he's saying.
Well, it's more difficult challenges than that. Some men have to go to war. It's a difficult challenge, but you have to do it. I mean, this is something that's a basic thing now. You don't breed life into bad behavior. Because when this kind of women,
so are you then going to punish that child to punish the mother?
Doesn't the father have a child? The child has a father. So what is the punishment there?
Yeah, well,
okay, the father may even be unknown, but I'm not sure. No, we're just speaking hypothetically now. We're speaking hypothetically. Listen,
let me put a twist to it. Assuming even the mother of the child in question is dead, so you only tried it and discovered by chance that that's not your child. The woman is not alive to tell you whose child that is. So what do?
You are creating situations. We are not talking about situations.
No, we are brainstorming here. We are not just.
Let me tell you something now, Cyrus. Do you know that when you are feeding a newborn child, very, very newborn child, as soon as you feed them the milk, you sling them over your shoulder and you pat them on the back until they burn before you put them down. Did you know that?
Okay, yeah, you do that with
Yeah,
babies.
did you know that?
I know now. Well, go ahead.
Now, do you know that newborn child, they probably go through 3-4 nappies in the course of one day, changing it after changing it.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a child take its first step?
I've seen. We have all seen it. Now go ahead.
And
Make your point.
utter his first words?
Yes.
Yeah, when they
Trying
call you
to
daddy.
build the emotion.
No. When they call you daddy, do you know the sensation that goes through you?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
And then 20 years later, you discover that child was some whatever it is that your wife did, and then you
Some.
just throw,
Yeah.
you
Some.
throw
Some.
that in the bin.
Right. Some scallywag by the road, or your somebody you thought was your friend or your enemy. Some guy that you do, some rascal guy went and has been impregnating your wife for many years now. She's been taking money from your bank account, using it to fund that guy's lifestyle, and just been lying to you for 30 years. And I say, and then as an upstanding man,
That sounds like a Nollywood movie. You watch
this is real. Well, that's real life. Oh. And then you just go ahead and accept it because, of course, now that's the right thing to do it in this
You know
day and
what
age.
point one man is trying to
This is how weak we are in today's society. Men are at this point. It's the woman that's even marrying the man at this point. That's what you're saying. Because I know none of our fathers will be talking like this the way you're talking now. You are somebody. You and Baba is talking. You stand for what is right, no matter how difficult it is. You can't be taking care of that.
Baba, you are trying to create situations in a situation. Can I speak? Can I come in a little, please?
Go ahead, please.
The situation here is that a man married a woman
that doesn't love him more,
and they are living together, and they have 4 children. Out of the blues, they want to travel abroad. A DNA is demanded. And he found out that 3 of the children is not his. What will he do? That's the situation. Trying to create a situation again. It's like that. If the woman is dead, if the man is on the road, that's not what we are talking about. Let's stay on the situation because this is something to be condemned.
Hold on, Zita. Let's stay as you've just described. So you be that man. What would he do? What should he do? It comes to you.
It's not over now. It's simple.
I'm not a man, but if I'm a man,
okay, it comes to you. It comes to you. So
if you come to me, you come to me, the children should go to their father.
The man start afresh.
That's just the simple truth. Because
and then you are age 60 plus. Those are the only children you have.
If I don't know, I don't care. If I don't know,
that's okay. Sorry, can I come in here?
Let me finish now. He asked me a question. If I don't know that those children are not mine, that's okay. I can do them. But the moment I know,
hold on, Cyrus. Let us speak.
The moment I know the pain, the psychological trauma and everything, I wouldn't want to see those children around. Not that I cannot help them in future. Not that they cannot call me father again. But it will do me a lot more good if they live with their father. Because if I'm a man and I have children elsewhere, I would really love my children to live with me. Thank you.
And
hold on, Cyrus. So you are willing to punish those children and emotionally and
which one is punishment?
It's the wife that punished you now and the man who did it. You didn't do anything.
You're not there, Papa. Which one?
You didn't do anything. You're innocent.
Sorry, can I just come in?
It's the wife, your so-called wife that punished you. You didn't do anything.
Hold on, when does going to your father's house becomes a punishment?
Now, wow.
Your father's house. When has that become a punishment?
As if the man did anything wrong.
All right, Neoma.
No, it seems we are even taking those children out of the equation. Now, I've seen one in a reality show here in UK in which they will just read out the DNA results. Now, there was one guy, they read the DNA, and they told the man that you are not the father. He almost collapsed. But because the boy in question was of age, he just said, well, I don't know any other father apart from you. That if you are ready to accept me, I will be your son. So sometimes it's because we are not in that situation. It's easier for us to just say, this is what I will do. This is what sometimes we don't even know what we will be able to do in that situation.
Can I come
we
in
should not take that child out of the equation.
Can I come in?
That's what I was trying to impress on Zita.
Can I come in? Let me
want to
clarify
punish
myself.
the child because of
Let me clarify myself. When such a situation comes in, the first question is, who is the father of the children? That should be the first question. If the father of the children are still alive, the children should go to their father.
What if it's unknown or unavailable? Unknown or unavailable?
How can the woman, can she be doing a bebe with unknown now? What man, calm down now. They don't do a bebe with unknown. Haba. Was she blindfolded? Was it a rape case? It was a normal ebebebe. So she did the ebebebe and did the ebebebe. The child came out. So she should know the person who has the child, whose father it is. So he is. So you shouldn't be saying it's an unknown. Unknown cannot pregnant any woman, please. So when they know the father of the children should go to their father. That doesn't mean because the children have lived with me in my house that I cannot help them if I want to. But that saying these are my biological children, we know all again. I will not accept them as my biological children because they are not. If I want to adopt them,
would you accept them as your children though?
If I want to adopt them, that's fine for a man who has the heart to do that. But the first thing is that who is their father? If their father is living, they should go to their father. Or you cannot, but this inhumane, this actually inhumane.
These women are inhumane.
Can I come in now?
Can I finish?
I haven't talked though.
Can I say
Let
something?
me finish my last sentence. How can you, a woman, be so wicked as going to get children from another man and put it on another man to bear the consequences of the... What if that...
It's not unknown now, it's commonplace.
Let me
the
finish.
data is
What
telling us.
if something happened to that man and that man needs blood or needs help and none of those children can help him? Have you people ever thought of that?
Or what if
happened dozens
or
of
what
times.
or what if the man just died and collapsed there?
There are blood banks now, so it doesn't.
I don't see what you are defending though.
Can I come in now?
Can I say
Because
something?
it sounds like
Hold on, Cyrus. We have to be structured in how we do this. Let Baba go, and then Ajan Lekoko, and then you come after them.
Okay, let Ajan Lekoko. I'll come after Ajan Lekoko.
All right.
Okay, I think I want to support Zita. You see, children must have relationship with their father, with their biological father. You see, when someone as a man finds himself in that situation where the DNA results show that you are not the father, you have to accept it because there's nothing you can do at that point. Accept it and do the best you can do to identify the real father of that child. If you really love that child, identify the real father and connect them together so that that man and the child can move on as father and child, because you cannot force a child to that is not yours. You can't have it because already the psychological, since that day that the DNA result came out that you are not the father, psychologically, you are disconnected. That bond that you have before with that child will immediately at that point be dented. So for you not to hurt yourself further, the best you can do, identify the father, connect them, and be friend to them. Be friend to them. So that, I support Zita. That is the way it should be. But if you say, "Oh, I don't care whether I be because I've spent so much," oh, I won't let him go, you are not doing good for yourself.
If he's my wife, the man that pregnanted her will go to jail.
Exactly. Let me. Can I come in now?
Two of them are not going.
How would you get?
Sorry.
Can I come in?
How would the man go to jail? What charges are you going to bring against the man?
Adultery is an offense.
Sleeping with my wife.
Exactly, it's an offense.
It's an offense.
Yeah, it's an offense.
Yes.
It's an offense in law.
That would deter people.
Why would your wife go and sleep?
Okay, can I come in so I can do justice to that?
You can't be doing
Why would your wife go and sleep with another man outside? You say you want to go and charge the man that is slept with your wife.
Can I come in with my own now?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Baba.
Okay, I consider this as a kind of academic exercise. So I'm enjoying it in a way. I'm married. I have 4 children. And maybe we're going out and they said, okay, go do DNA. And 3 were discovered not to be my biological children. First, it's Madam, you check it out. Okay, how did this happen? Tell me. We are under lock and key, behind the door now, lock and key, in our privacy. Tell me the truth. Assumably, she spilled the bean and say, okay, this is the person. Depending on the person, whether my relative, my close friend, or just an outsider, somebody I don't even know. Okay, go call the person. I call my family. And some women have been known to run away when such things happen, in most cases. But this is, I mean, if you've lived enough in this life, beyond 50, at least you must have witnessed a lot of this in our society. Some women are known to just disappear, even commit suicide. If they bring forth the man, if it's a case where the man is brought forward, well, if it's somebody as rich, you also are equally rich, fine. That makes it easy. So this is the result of the DNA. It says it's yours. My wife says, you are the father. And he says, no, I don't believe it. She and my wife, they have to go on their own. That's none of my business now. Go do their DNA. And if it proves that he is the biological father of those 3 children, then I give him my invoice for training those 3 children for him. He pays. Or if he refuses to pay, it becomes part of the case, because these are 2 cases now. One is civil and one is a criminal case for committing adultery with a woman I married under law in my house. You understand? So it's two ways. He has to pay me. I'm not going to do an AWOOF service and train children up to that level just for nothing. He has to pay me. To the last
can he invoice you for the pleasure that you got from training those children as well? All those
from the children?
No, the pleasures that you got, all those joyous moments of happiness that those children brought you. So that man invoice you for
that is that's something that is, I don't know how to explain it, but it's, I think people who are spiritual will explain that bond, that spiritual bond can never be detached by anybody. Even if the man pays me and he cuts the children away, those children one way or the other.
Yeah, no, but what I'm asking you, Baba, is all those countless moments that those children have made you feel proud or happy. Should that man invoice you for those moments as well?
that is not in question now or in contention in this context we are discussing. Because I'm the one that is hot. I'm the one that is pained. I'm the one under pain
sleepless
here.
nights of the crying of the baby, he will invoice me.
I mean, everything, totality. The law allows it. Your wasted emotion, your wasted life. The legal people know how to put this in parameters.
Baba, can I
Baba,
question?
can I ask
But if they are,
I have to respond though.
Hold on, let me ask the question from Baba. Hold on, one
before giving birth.
Let me ask the question. Baba said he's going to pursue criminal charges and civil charge against. Who are you going to pursue criminal charge against, and who are you going to promote civil charge?
The man and the woman who committed adultery.
Who is
the man who impregnated her, the father of the 3 children?
Well, what charge against that one?
Adultery is an offense. Ben is not here today.
Let's forget about you. You mentioned the 2. Who you go to pursue criminal? You know,
the man and the woman, the mother of the children, and the biological father.
Okay, so you're going to divorce that woman?
That's not what kind of question is that? She has gone that moment. We both
So if you have only one case that the out of 4 children, only one of them turn out to be negative, so the other children, you want to detach them away from their mother. You have to send their mother away, and those other children, what's going to happen to them?
No, it's only my child that is remaining now. I carry my child. Even if I own that house on that street, I will sell it. We'll just disappear. We just go somewhere else. It's not a good thing. I know of I won't mention the clinic, a man, 4 children, a very rich man. I'll tell you 2 scenarios. What happened? 2 children. I mean, he was in hospital dying, and they asked for blood. And the man said, no, I'm not going to buy blood. I have 4 children. Why not? Let them proudly, you know, when a man is like, proudly, call them, come and take my blood from any of them that is available. They brought the first one, second one, third one, fourth one. The man did not last 24 hours. The second one, a very rich man, and also an ex-governor of a state in the West. When that woman husband died and they were sharing properties, the woman was very brave and said, please don't share for this child. Out of all my children, this child belonged to Chief so and so. And the family were grateful to her. And she took that child to the father. I rest my case, Mama.
Can I add something for
you know, through blood donation, you may not know
I only came up to say one thing just for a minute. If you don't
all right, let's hear from you, BT. Yeah.
Before people get aboard my research. So if you look at the DNA Diagnosis Center, so they do average globally, everywhere. So you said Nigeria, what was the number again?
It was 27% came back.
So the average that they according to what they report is 30% are not the father. That's the average globally, 30%.
So that's the global average.
Yeah, 1/3. So, but this is they go into details too. Like they talk about what they find out is usually the first child is always the one in the cases where the child is not of the father, and it's usually the ex of that woman prior to getting married. Is the ex that they were still having something together. That's
what's the
I believe you, Betty.
Sorry, but what's the data on that ex? Do you know?
Like they say that when they figure out who.
No. What's the data of all of the children that are not biologically somebody's? what percentage belongs to the ex? So is it like what's the percentage?
No. It's almost like the for the first child. If the first child, if it's the two or second, but for the first child, they're saying that they just say in most cases, in most cases,
it'd be interesting to know.
Is the
So the point is now, when somebody said they should sue something, what if you have an ex that you were still having fun with? You know, some women, I won't say all women, but some women, prior to getting married, they will have that one last fling with their ex. There's like a ritual thing within their little circle where they will still, maybe 3 days to the wedding, they will still do something.
One for the road, Abby.
Yeah, one for the road kind
exactly.
They would send off sex or whatever that is. That is most of what they're reporting.
And you know, BT, you usually know that ex, the man, when he sees that child, when that child becomes like 3, maybe you just happen to meet them at the supermarket or anything. You look at that child, you will know something tells you.
It's even, Baba, do you know it's even worse? So, some of them, they will even name the child of their child, the name of the ex
exactly
out of that.
Or they make it the middle name. They will make it the middle name.
They will name the child the ex. So, but the question I actually came up with, because someone said they should sue somebody. What if the ex does not know, or he was not informed? I mean, maybe he doesn't even know what's going on, and years later you now, not like he was trying, like he had an ex, they had a fallout, they became friends with benefit. She goes ahead and gets married. So how would you? Where on paper in the law says that someone that has sex with somebody, that your wife that you married to give the baby to you, and he was not culpable? So where is the criminal act on his own part? What did he do wrong to deserve being locked up?
Sleeping with somebody's wife is an offense.
No. How he doesn't know? How do you think he knows all the time?
Can I answer the question?
Yes. That's what I'm only asking.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm the man in this case. My job as the man is to take you to the court of law for screwing my wife. And then when you get to the court, you explain yourself and let the court give the verdict. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, Madam Zita, thank you for not falling for one man's bait earlier with the Edo thing. That was, that's what it does, trying to pitch you against. But that was a very beautiful.
Why are you positioned on that?
What did I do? What did he say?
I am with her now. If you go low, people will go lower. That's just it. If you put that kind of energy out there, when people respond to you, don't claim gender. Whatever.
Exactly. Jump into the gutter together.
She said what she said. He said what he said. So one man saying, "Oh, because you can say that to a woman." What do you mean? If you give that, if you go that low and you because
so chivalry is completely.
You see, I'm in Nepal, and I say you're a cripple.
Yeah, chivalry is that you can't put that kind. You know how somebody says, "Well, you don't hit the woman," and once the woman slaps you, she stops being a woman. Then they are all based. That's the way it is. So if she's going to be that disrespectful because she's single, then you think it's irresponsible. Then when the man responds, then don't quite feel like, oh, I'm a woman now. No, you shouldn't have said what was said in the first place. So Madame was absolutely right with that position. And thank you for not taking one man's bait. I know, and it was a bait, he didn't take it. That's what I have to say.
You're welcome.
So one man is an offense to sleeping with another man's wife.
Let me come in there here, please. So I think that more Nigerians men need to take this kind of thing seriously. I think there should be more DNA tests, more paternity tests now, because a lot of men, they don't even want to think about, could their wife be doing this? But a lot of times when men think that way, their wife could be doing some stuff with so many people. And like even this one that's like you were saying that, that is a one person, that is an ex, is a past fling and all this stuff. We're past that stage, Joe. Nowadays, what the data and our experiences are showing is that 2-3 majority of the children that you think are yours are not yours. We're past this stage of what X thing. That's 20. We're 20 years past that. So I think we need to let's but we haven't really talked much on the
I want
moral
to ask one
decay,
more question on this issue.
the moral
Because
collapse of our society. We
let
haven't
me
talked about that.
okay, let me
This
ask
putting
one
up
man a
appearance.
question. One man, you put so much emotion in this situation, like bonding with children, and then all the time you've been with them for somebody you just wake up and all whatnot. Let me turn the story around. That you are in your house. The man is in his house one day having lunch with 4 of his children and a wife, and all of a sudden the man walks in and said those children are his. And then they went to run for a DNA test, and then true, those children are his. Are you saying the man will now say, because I have bond with the children, they are mine, I've taken care of them, all those bond is my children? I don't get it.
You know, it's an interesting place that I think the law is you know, being the father of a child is not just a matter of biological function. You know, so there are 2 phases. So there's the biological function, that's one, but then there's the whole process of fathering them and bringing them up to be upstanding moral virtues to society. So there's that one. So if you want to hold on to that child in that situation, you may well take it to law to test it. That is the fact that this guy just seeded them biologically. Is that sufficient enough to say that he's the father? And you may well find that the law is conflicted on that.
So if somebody come and say the children are his, and then they test the children and they are his, you go to court to claim the children, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Oh no.
Why would you do that?
I don't know where he would do such a case.
Because you are the father from birth.
You can only get
You're not the real father
now.
now.
Pay you for damages.
No, that's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you. That being the father is not just a matter of biological function.
And you won't divorce your wife too, right? You keep your wife as your wife, right?
Well, it depends on how you are positioned. And
It depends.
4 children are not your own. That's the position.
One man. Hold on. So it's not the function of biological. Then you still hold on. I mean, once as a man, no, I don't know. Maybe just me. If you find out that your children are not yours, there's no more marriage. That man is done. All right. Let's just keep that. That is already done. There's no reconciliation. We'll reconcile.
Automatic.
I don't
Sorry,
know what
can I
man is talking
comment,
about. I
please?
don't know how that. I mean, we had.
Why would you think that the woman would even stop self?
No, So we had a guy in the 98 or 97 Canada. He was a pharmacist. He went over there. I think it was in a different country. He went to Canada, a pharmacy, and he wanted to bring the wife and the kid from Nigeria. Now they're grown, like they were in high school at the time, 3 of them. And part of the immigration requirement was DNA test. Only the girl was his. The other 2 boys were not his. And they were like the first twin boys. They were not his own kids. This man had a stroke in Canada. He had a stroke over
Man
there.
doesn't know what that thing means.
So when you say that,
you don't care now, men are just robots. That's what you say.
So you can't say, it's not a biology. The biology, that is the cocoa. That is the cocoa right there. That is the most important part of it.
BT, let's push the boundary of this discourse further. Suppose the woman is dead when you discover. Yeah.
After you let Neoma come in after you. I think
okay, Neoma, be part of it. Let's push the boundary a little bit of this discourse. At the point you discovered, maybe you are just a widower, the woman is dead. What happened?
Neoma, BT, not your children. The important thing is that they are not the man's children.
That's the point.
Yeah.
There's no biological. I don't know what man is trying to big up, bring up.
No, what I'm saying is the mother is dead. Are you going to do away with those children?
Don't the mother have village? The wife have village now.
But what I am saying is that the children being your children is not just a simple matter of biology.
We
It's not just
one man. We
it's
know
not just who see dead who.
one man.
People can get over that
One
now.
man, you are speaking the
Some of
language
those
of a
children are
promiscuous woman.
strangers in your
And
house.
One man.
he's
They
defending
don't have
them all
no time
today.
with you.
No. Guys, one man. We know that it's not. There's more to being a father than the biological part. But for the other part of it to even be discussed, the biological part has to be the first thing you discuss. Once that is not even there, there's no reason to even be discussing that is out of the window. If they're not yours, they're not yours. So you tend to, so it's like something. Oh, we know it's not yours, but since you've had them for 10 years, you've had all this bond, and you can adopt them. I hear people saying all that nonsense. Oh, because okay, but you've loved them for 10 years. There's this bond between you two. You should adopt them. No,
they'll even tell you to keep your wife on top of it.
Hold on, Cyrus. Are you
I
saying
love
to
them because
hold on,
I
hold on,
thought they
Sister.
were my
Sister,
blood
hold on.
children.
Are you saying to disregard what you just said, BT?
The what?
Are you saying you say because there's somewhat of a disparaging tonality? You are saying, oh, they say no, you can keep them because you love them, and is that not exactly what makes you their father? That you have kept them from birth.
One man. I'm saying to
discovery?
you that no. I'm saying to you that if a man finds out that his children are not his, if you say there's more to be biological, I get that for a fact. The emotional part, other things, being a parent. You are talking about being a
So
parent.
who's rattling pots? I think that's Cyrus.
Being a parent. But I'm saying that if somebody is not the biological father, obviously that person was lied to. It was not his choice from the beginning. It wasn't like, oh, I knew they're not my kids and I took them in. No, I was lied to for 10, 15 years. So within 15 years, you cannot tell me, oh, well, we know we lied to you, but since you have them now, just we know they're not really yours, but because you're now their parents now, and you have all this emotional bond. Obviously, it's not easy for any man. Let's start from there. It's not easy for any man to hear this news. Okay, it's not easy, but you cannot say because it has the bond with them. It's taking on the role of a parent unknowingly to him. That therefore we should now dismiss or limit the biological part and say, oh, because you are not their parents now, let's focus on that part because you have some kind of bond with them. No, they are not yours. You are lied to.
Let me ask this question, and Zita, maybe you can come in. But let Leoma come in. I'll ask this question. Let Leoma take it on first. In this scenario that we're describing now, who is the most important element? It's clearly not is it the mother? Maybe not. Is it the ex or whoever the biological father is? Or is it the children or the child? Or is it the...
Why did the man come last? One man. Oh, no. One man. No. That person is even biased. Because it's biased response. Because you even...
So the child is collateral damage. Collateral damage.
Hold on. You brought up the man last. See, this is what we do in society.
No,
like,
I'm not.
We throw away the man now. That's what he's trying to say.
All right. Let come
on, man. You know what you're saying.
Sorry, can I just come in?
Yeah,
now,
come in.
We are not looking at the different personalities of a man. People don't react the same way at all, and that is by the way. Then, how about if the first child was born before they engaged in marriage? For instance, maybe when they were still courting, or the lady was having two boyfriends, and then genuinely she didn't know who owns the child. So, and eventually look at one of them, maybe the one she loves, and then push it to him. So in that situation, maybe there is possibility one may have an affair in the morning, and then the other one comes in the evening, and you don't know. She doesn't even know who actually owned the child, genuinely. So, but
I don't know where the heck you got that.
It does happen. Sorry. And then decide to push it to the person that she loves, or possibly the one that has more deep pocket. Who knows? So a situation like that, the lady may not even be aware who actually own the child. Then the second thing is, if you look at UK here, if you adopt a child or children, do you know by law they have they can have access to their biological parents? They can, though you have adopted them, but if they want to locate their biological parents, they are allowed.
Niyoma, but that was by choice, is my point. That's by choice. You choose to adopt them. This one, you are lied to. There's a difference. So you can't see somebody that was lied to for 10, 15 years to just come and just now take them because they are.
One thing you should understand is that
come on, one man stop pushing this agenda on your show, man.
One man keep hammering on the emotion. But let me say this. When a man is being told that he's about to be a father, that the word you are about to be a father, that's what generates that love one man is talking about. The moment the child comes, because you are told that that child is yours, the bond starts. And for real, the moment you are told that that child is not yours, and you are convinced that that child is not yours, I tell you something, you might die of heart attack. I don't even know why a woman should do that to a man in the first place.
But how about if the children say they want to be, they just want you to be their father, that they don't know any other father? What will you do?
They don't have right to force that.
No, they do. They do.
No, they don't.
If they are
that is blackmail now. No, guys, let's not do this, please. I beg of you. The reason why I'm my voice is raised because ATIKU, in your state, Tennessee, I have a friend over there. I've said it on this show before. He went to divorce. I think they're done now, but he's back in court again. Guess what? He's paying for children that are not his because he signed the birth certificate. Even though DNA says they're not his kids, he's still paying for them. So that kind of person that is trapped in that kind of law, right? They have to go back to court to go and fight that because they're not his now. You can't then say, because they say that you should become their father. And
does that not make my point, BT? That
you are
it proves your point.
It's not just a matter of biological.
That is emotional blackmail now. You cannot use his love for the kids. Let him choose. Let him decide. The man's voice has to be heard in the whole thing. Is my point. When we have this conversation, like he just did right now, you brought up the man last. Like he's the least. Maybe you added the dog and the cat too also before you mentioned the man too. Maybe they have a choice too. The dog and the cat and the family members too. Why do we do this to men, man? Why is it men are always the least discussed in the computer? Their voice also counts too. Let's stop doing all this narrative. Come on,
is this wokeness? Is it not the natural order of things that the
No. It is bullshit. Is my point. It is bullshit. Men go through a lot. I have them as friends, as co-workers, as colleagues. They are suffering with all this bullshit. Nobody ever hears the man's side. Nobody cares about their own feelings.
But you are meant to be stoic now.
Stoic, true, being lied to. Do you know what it means to an African man to have two boys, to have a male child, and you find that it's not yours?
Never complain, never explain. That's the motto. Never complain, never explain. So stoicism.
Men open up to other men. And as a man, if you have friends that open up to you about what they are going through and they can't say in public, you know what I'm talking about. They go through it too. But how long can you be stoic? How long can you be strong? Some of them, they can even kill themselves and commit suicide. Who cares about them? Oh, I'm sorry, it's the kids and the mom and everybody else. But you be stoic. No, they have feelings too. Let's stop doing it.
Men have feelings. Where did we get to that?
One man, stop playing, man. I'm being serious now. Let's stop doing this.
No, but I was somewhat.
You cannot tell me. Oh no. You can't tell me a man was lied to all his life about the kids and he found out and he's supposed to be stoic. What are you talking about?
he has to have a balance. You can't just crumble in emotions now. That's not the courage of a man.
Do you even know people that go through this, woman? Have you ever met anybody that went through this before?
No, I haven't, but
okay, so stop right there. So clearly, you have no idea. You have no clue. I'm sorry, I'm doing this. You have no clue.
No, but I'm talking about the construct of a man, the construct.
The construct of a man with a genetic test. So a man that became a pharmacy, became successful, lost his house, lost half of his property, and also lost all his kids that he thought it was hers, and it's close to 50 years old, and it should not break down. It should be strong. What the hell are you talking about? When people go through this, but they share with other men, I mean, you feel bad for them. Like, my God, it's not easy. But society doesn't give a fuck about them. It's the kids, it's the women, it's the dogs, it's the cats, it's everybody else. What are you talking about, man? I know people personally that go through this bullshit. So don't give me all this societal control.
Let me ask you, BT. Are you saying the man should go above the children in this sort of scenario? Is that what you're saying?
What I said was
the greater victim. Okay, answer this. Who is the greatest victim?
One man. Stop moving the goalposts. What I said is, when you are having the conversation, remember that the man also is part of the conversation, because the way you put it, like, is probably least discussed in the whole thing. And that's my point. Doesn't mean that the kids are not important. Of course, the man did wrong on all sides. But men that are going through this also need support too from society. Unfortunately, that never happens.
Woman.
So I don't know why you're trying to move the goalpost to some kind of a man.
Is the man that lost?
The man, I mean, this one lost everything he had. Lost his job because the woman lied to him, lost his house, now lose the kids, but he's close to 50 years old. He has to start over again. But I'm sorry, you're a man, be strong. And where's his own support system? Where is his own support system, man? I mean, what are we doing, man? And it's men like me that also push this kind of narrative against other men.
The harsh reality is that men don't really often.
I know it's harsh reality, but
they don't have support system.
I know it's harsh reality, but let's not make it worse than what it already is. This is my point. We can make it better, God damn it.
But you've not answered my question still.
What question?
Who is the biggest victim in the whole?
Of course, one man is trying to, move the goalpost to what I never said. I know what he's trying to do here. I never said, and my point is this: men should also have a voice in this conversation. Is my point. If you are discussing this, don't put them last, like the least important in the whole thing. That's my point. I didn't say it was. I didn't put anybody above anybody. Just don't make the man feel like it's irrelevant the way you did.
No, I put somebody above.
Let me answer the question myself, Zita. I think you take the opposite view. I think the kids are the most important element because they are the biggest victim in the whole thing. They're the biggest victim in the whole thing. So, and what best fits for them to prioritize, and whoever has to take some body blows to take those body blows. But
can I say something?
You can't then start moving this idea. Well, we know beyond biology that no. The man has to choose, decide, not you trying to push it. Okay, well, you already have them anyway. So I mean, what's the big deal? Let's not do that, one man.
Can I come in? Do you know why I said the man, one man? Why I said the man is that the man has lost everything. He lost his wife. He lost his children, assumed children that was never his. His emotions is gone. His money is gone. Now, for the children, actually, technically, they have two fathers now. They have a mom. So why would they be the victim, the most affected? Somebody who is now in between one father and the other, and then a mother.
Because they have the least
who doesn't have any.
they have the least influence on
one man. Zita,
they could not have married the
one man
lady.
does not give a damn about the man. That's what the point is. He doesn't give a shit about it. That's what
Of course, I
doesn't give a
care
shit
about
about
the
it.
man, but
That's what they're doing. No. That's the way you don't give a shit about
thing
it.
should be. We shouldn't even be discussing this thing because
But
it is
put down on the one
terrible thing for any human to do to
Exactly.
his fellow human. You carry somebody else's
supposed to
child
be stoic
to another man, and the man will spend his emotions, his money, lose his comfort in training something that is not his. That's sacrilegious. We shouldn't be talking about it, let alone making excuses why such a thing should not be looked at as a sacrilege. Why would anybody do that to a fellow
all right.
human?
Let me ask you this question, and then we bring Prince Daddy in. I think he came in especially for this. Who has the least influence over this situation, over the menagetoire, or however we describe? Who has the least influence over this situation?
The man. The man, because he's in a position that probably those children can wake up one morning and go to their father. The wife
that's a consequence. What's led us there?
He doesn't have influence in anything. He can't influence anything as it is. He can't.
Hold on. The wife is probably the most guilty. Maybe we can agree on that. And then whoever knew that woman was married and still went on to carry on with her, and you can say that's the next most guilty, then we can carry on. We can probably agree on that. So now that now leaves two spaces, the man and the children. So now, who is more guilty between the man who has found out those children are not his and the children? So that man, he is in a position that because whatever happens, the wife either did not love him enough and he didn't identify that. Whatever room was left open for those set of things to happen, he also is a player in that space. But those children, they are not a player in anything at all. They are a result of all of the consequences of what's happened. So they are the biggest victim of of everything. They are bigger victims than the father who turns out.
Yeah, the man in love blaming the man again for the problem.
Yeah, what serves them best? What serves those
because the wife did not
children
love
best?
him enough. Yeah, it is fault.
So what serves those children best is the most paramount. And then what serves the father who the husband who left with the bad then comes next. But the most paramount is what serves those. And if they want to carry on with that guy, then he has to carry the burden.
One man, you said who is the biggest player, whatever. The play has already played for the children, so they don't have anything to play. They got their mother.
And they have the court system backing them up. They have the court system backing them up.
Somewhere.
Why you?
That is so. What is playing there? There's nothing to play. They don't got anything to play. In fact, for me, if you happen to be that child, you should just sit down one place and cross your leg. When the drama finish, wherever they tell you to go, you go. Simple. Because
and
you're not playing anything.
And you think it's easy for the child?
No. Wait.
You will kill me.
Do you know why? I didn't know if you people did not watch a story in NTA in those days about a girl. As one man is saying this thing, I'm remembering that girl. That girl, I don't know, they said they pick. I don't know if there's anybody here who can remember that story. They played it over and over. Every month, somebody will come to claim that girl. The girl keep insisting. Somebody is already training, taking care of her. She got to the age of 18. She was going around. It was in a Nigerian news that what she was telling the people that fathered her till she became 18 years. The story is, but people can check it out. I don't know why everybody is forgetting that story. The people that trained her till she become 18, she was busy pushing NTA. She said, I want to see who is my mother. I want to know who is my father. I want to know what they look like. And actually, then I was very young in high school. I told my father
I think that was Franco Lisa's story or something. I can't remember now.
I told my father.
Authentic.
Yes, it was a popular story. It lasted for a whole year. I don't know how that story died down, because every time somebody comes up, I think they used to do DNA that time, and it's not the girl keep fighting. And I said to my father, when we sit down in front of the television watching it, I told my father that if I am those two people that pick this girl and train her to this age, I will open the window of my house and kick her out. You know why I'm saying this? One man is talking about bond, but I'm talking about blood. There are two different things. He keep mentioning bond. You claim you are bonding with the child. Has the child bonded with you? That's very important.
He doesn't care about the man, so he doesn't care about any. It's just one way.
This girl got me as little as I
think
was.
you're misunderstanding me.
No.
We care about. Okay, who do you care about more?
No. One man. That is not the point. That is not the point. Every voice is you don't move the goalpost any much further. You know what you said. You know what you did. So let's know. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
NTA, I think they were doing it every Saturday or Friday. NTA, I was so, as little as I was so. And if you see the girl talking, that she wants to know who is it. Yes, that these people took care of her. To myself, as young as I was like, this girl is not even grateful that this husband and wife took her. If you look at her, she was looking so good, well dressed, and she doesn't really. Her most important thing for her is to see who her parents are, and she wants to see them. And then I ask, if you think that a woman will bring a child into your house that is not yours, and you feel you've bonded, the question is, did the child bond with you? Because blood is thicker than water.
They will find
that's my case.
Zita, you know what happens at 18 plus? They will start looking for their biological parents now. That's the way it usually works out. They will try to find who is really their parents. And
I'm just telling you what happened in Nigeria.
Yeah, it happens all the time now. So according to one man, but according to one man, the man should be stoic. Yeah.
It's for curiosity's sake, though.
Yeah.
All that narrative of looking for their
and that was lied to woman. That was lied to.
The story was that there was found in the dustbin.
That makes you a man. Yeah.
One man. The story was that I think the girl was found in the dustbin. And look, let me tell you, if I am a sensible child, I wouldn't have anything to actually do with a biological parents that throw me away. But why did I say that they still want to have something to do with a biological parents that throw them away? It's because blood is thicker than water. And I insist, if you think that a child that is not yours, you bonded with the child, did the child bond with you? Very important question.
All right, let Prince come in. Prince, I suspect this is the topic that brought you in.
Can you bring a more perspective to it? Like, what will God do in this situation, Prince? What
will Jesus do? What
did the Bible say about? I'm kidding.
Prince.
Thanks, Roman. I didn't really come in because of the topic, but I think Manazita answered the question because of the biological whatever. That's why the girl wants to see her biological parents. It's natural, just like you guys said. The girl is not to be blamed. It's just a natural instinct, like an animal instinct. She wants to see her biological parents. It wouldn't matter if she grew up with a silver spoon, had the best of life. That's totally irrelevant. Now, when it comes to this kind of things, they cannot you can't really quantify those things. So I wouldn't fault the girl that she wanted to see biological parents. There's nothing wrong with that. And to woman's point about, yeah, at the end of the day, no, we all have feelings, emotions, our desire for material things. Yeah, well, I don't know about the word stoic, but yeah, we should consider the man's, feelings and other aspect of it. But it's not always fair all the time if you try to get an outcome to a situation. But the man, yeah, maybe should be the one that bears the brunt of the whole thing. But rather, instead of trying to make it a punishable process for the man, I think we should try and pursue a more sustainable approach, whereby the man's feelings towards the child or the children is more amicable at the end of the day, not becomes a chore whereby the man has animosity or acrimonious towards the woman and the children. That's where we have to achieve that fine balance. It's not always the case you're gonna get that. It's not always the case, and in society, yes, women over time they've been marginalized in a lot of ways. But the court system, I think we talk about the American or Western system. The court system tend to favor the women and the children. It's just the way it is. Until we start to orient the man on how they should be more accepting of this kind of a situation, meaning they should face the reality. If you prepare someone's mind before something happens, the landing is much gentler. It's much better. Okay, and that's the best thing we can do. So, in other words, counseling and providing services for men that are going through those situations. That's why marriage counseling or family counseling can be a good thing.
Prince, I apologize. Prince, I apologize. Let me just ask you. I sincerely apologize to you. The issue I had with one man is not everything they said. I agree with, of course. We know the family court. Someone that's been to family court with friends. I will not wish that on my worst enemy because they clean you as a man. You know what it is. My issue with him was when he said beyond biology there was these bonds and whatever, and he was kind of limiting the importance of the biological aspect of that bond. That even though you had other parts of the bond, that connection or whatever, being a parent. And it was kind of downplaying the biological part of it, like it was not the main bane of being a parent. Like that is your seed as a man, it matters. So if you are lied to about that, give the man time to think about it, to go to therapy like you brought about, and let him make his choice. But to have people making this that, well, since you've been raising them anyway, just take them in is the one what I had issue with him. So no disrespect, just want to clarify that.
Yeah, I can see that maybe one man's position seems kind of maybe a little bit harsh.
It was a kind of and saying that because okay, so a man is pushing close to 50 years old, he's paying he's paying child support for kids that are not his own. He loses his house, but he's supposed to remain stoic. And where's his own support system? Just be stoic because you're a man? No, he needs support system too, like anybody else.
Yes, I agree. I mean, there should be resources for the man, but again, if you have to prioritize, is the children, the woman, and the man. And the man is at the end of the totem pole, and it's more likely to be shouted. That's the reality.
Thank you, Prince.
No.
For the moment, I thought I was missing.
No. I didn't say it was at the top. I said I don't care where he is, but he's still there. Is the point. It's also priority to him. Might not be close to what the kids are.
Yeah, so he has to be stoic. He has to be backboned about.
No. It can be stoic, but it has moments too that he needs to reflect. That is where he needs support. He has friends that he confides to. He has therapy, like Prince was suggesting. But the idea of just him being stoic all the time, men are not robots. Okay, I don't care how strong you are as a man. You need support too. And when you
okay, it's getting better. It's getting better.
You know what happened in Plano in 07. when something like this happened, this Igbo woman that the man brought her from Nigeria, went to nursing school, the usual scenario, and the kids were not his. And he was bottling all these things. He was being stoic, like one man is suggested. Stoic for the man just came to one day, killed the kids in the bathtub, and saw the came to work and killed the woman and called 911 and said, "I've killed my children and my kids. Come and pick me up." So let's.
But see, okay, so I'm not sure if that's in the extreme part of the spectrum, but it does happen. Well, it does happen. I mean,
people don't handle the things the same way. There should be avenues for people to kind of. That's my point.
Well, I agree. I agree.
Don't tell me, all men should be stoic. No, people deal with situations differently. Let's not have people buying themselves because of they are losing their kids and to DNA, whatever.
Yeah, but again,
but there are universal masculine norms, though.
We know that. We know that. But in this scenario,
and it's not therapy or men needing to cry on shoulders.
Do you hear that, Prince? Men don't need therapy; they should be strong too. You see what I'm saying? Men need therapy.
One man is defining man in the traditional sense of man, but just like you know today, that's what we have.
Modern world. This is
when we have
now.
No, but we have today. When Man of Prestige comes to the show, he talks about toxic masculinity, which is garbage, anyways. But nonetheless,
one man needs to be put on timeout on this program, maybe for a couple of hours. We'll just put him on timeout or something. What he's doing, men need to see. If you have it, please, for any man listening, if you have any issue going through anything, please talk to someone. If you don't have any close friends too, please call them.
But BT, BT again.
Okay, just talk to somebody. Okay, please do. Thank you.
But it's again, that'd be nice. But we men, I mean, I'm not sure if we're to be blamed for it, but that I guess maybe what society demands of us is to be maybe stoic and be what they call be a man. And we know we don't do very well when it comes to therapy, counseling, and sharing our emotions. Yeah, some people will share their emotions with their friends, close friends, sure. But sometimes when it goes overboard, I mean, they can't bother in anymore, whereby they will do crazy stuff.
And then seek professional help. But don't take one man's advice about being all the time, or you have down moments too. Please talk to someone. Please, anybody listening that needs help, please do. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, finally, let me just there's a story here that happened quite a while ago. Actually, the man was a Nigerian man also that he has a family and he was going to school. I mean, I think he was going to law school. But anyway, the guy was so much pressure from everywhere, whereby the man eventually lost it. I think was failing out of school or law school. So much pressure, Eventually, the guy resulted in picking up the gun, going to the school and prying people, pry the professor, shoot people randomly, and now the man's in jail. He had, of course, young children back then, and I think one of the children actually went into the NFL to play professional football, of course. But this man lost it. My point is, the man lost it. So, I mean, to your point, BT, sometimes we don't see the red flag. We don't see it. Just be a man, do what you have to do. But sometimes you just overballs where the man cannot handle the situation anymore. By the time you had family pressure, maybe work or school pressure, it just goes overboard.
People pride themselves because they want to be all this. I'm not saying we should not be masculine, but people. I mean, I have residents that are off themselves because of pressure from home, and mostly Asians. I think it's a cultural thing. They feel something but they had all issues like this, and they kind of kept it because they want to be masculine and strong, and just off themselves. So that's my point. Like, if you, there should be a space available for men too. Go ahead, man.
But lastly, in today's world, okay, again, that term toxic masculinity, right? Men in today's men are being trained to wear their emotions on their sleeve and become like women. To me, that's even worse. That's dangerous.
That one, I'm against that one. I'm
okay.
For anything.
No,
but what you are describing is the journey to that space now.
No. There is one man. You keep moving the goalpost. There was no journey anywhere. Let's stay right where we are. Don't put me on any Uber or any plane to anywhere. I want to stay where we are. So there's no journey. I am staying to people that are having an emotional breakdown when they're going to this issue, and I'm saying they should seek help. I'm not going to any journey to anywhere. You know my position on all this feminine thing. Prince knows my position.
But BT, in the West, there's more resources for men to pursue or have when it comes to this stuff. I'm not sure where we come from, but at the same time,
but where is the cultural openness in the African community for people to even try it? There's a stigma to that against that. You know that, right?
Yeah. Again, we all play a role. We all play a role in it.
Yeah, so one man should not be part of. One man should be part of the change agent to change that narrative. Is my point. Change that narrative of men in the African community not being open up to therapy. That narrative of not going to the doctors. Let's start changing that narrative. You can still be masculine.
Okay, now then we have to make it racial in the sense that look,
I am very specific.
White men, for example, are more.
Prince, I'm very specific. All I've said tonight was about African people. When I give example, it was African people. I never said any other race. I didn't go to any.
My point is that the white race, the white people are more acceptable to therapy. In working out things, not all of them, but a much larger percentage, I would say. But when it comes to black men, be it African or African American, we're not that really readily acceptable of such programs, and therefore, we have a role to play also. We partially be blamed for what happens.
Yeah. He picked the woman in mind. Women should do more diligence in that. All that aspect, I get that. So I'm not saying I get that.
But that's a gray area also. Yeah. When I hear that, I say people change. People do change. You marry somebody today, or in the before your marriage, she's great during marriage, she's great. Then after 5-10 years, things change. The man changes, the woman changes.
Let me just apologize because I raised my voice. The only reason why I did that because I have some friends that would have gone through kind of thing. People that broke down that I thought that were like strong, masculine, and and they just broke. They fell apart. And one of them actually succumbed to drug abuse as a form of relief, heroin and stuff like that. And he had to be hospitalized. So when I raise my voice, it's not like I'm trying to, do a gotcha against.
No, you're entitled to raise your voice actually, because
I'm just telling you that that's why I'm like kind of like I've seen people that have gone like that are completely they fell apart because of this DNA thing. The whole life just fell apart. People that bond is very strong between the father and the child. And when you have twins and that happens to you. You can't just tell them that you just move on like nothing happened. And this person fell apart. They're okay now, but it's just not the same anymore. Just a completely different person. So it's just it gave me like a flashback to that when this issue came up. So anybody that think I raised my voice, apologies. So don't mean to disrespect anybody on the platform. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. ATIKU, do you want to say a few words and then we wrap it up? I think maybe we should cap it off at 5 hours, if that's okay by everyone. I don't even think we have ATIKU. Do we still? Yes. All right. Let's cap it off. I think ATIKU is busy. It's been
It's here. Are you there? I think it's Mike. I don't know.
It's Mike. I think it's driving. Maybe.
Mike, is he there?
No. It's there in body, but maybe.
Because I want him to bar one man with one man. You need the bar with me or I I'm going to follow up with one man.
I thought you were the traditionalist, and I was
the. One man need to do a show praising men on this program. Just one day for men on this show. just for a man's
Men
day.
need
Men's
hugs.
day on this show, yes.
Men need hugs.
Men need they need a day too. Yeah.
Well, they very.
I said better me.
Yoruba man need
Most better than the way better already. That's
you know, men don't even hug. You know.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but let me just say, you know, men hug in a very, well, at least with me, I could never, if I want to hug somebody that is male, I can only do like a shoulder to shoulder or opposing shoulders and then just the tap. You know, I don't like the idea of men hugging.
Are you there? Oh my order. Are you there?
I'm here.
One man we. It
look like
go ahead. It goes okay.
It look like your man. One man anger you so much you can't bear. You just come
you know. Do you know what scared me the most? When I saw a friend of mine get dragged in a family court. Even going YORUBA me. When they strip you naked as a man in the family court, you're like, man. Even going YORUBA me. My God. You will become that masculine thing will just go away. So
you will just surrender. Your shoulder that is so high, that ego will just come down like this, like you know. So but you know, Babati, I see you've been hammering one man that where's the support system for men? Well, actually, I think the system have support for men too. The problem with men is that we don't search for information that can lead us to where we can get that support. You know, in my own state of Tennessee, you know, there's even a government agency that can even help you to lower this. If your child support you are paying is killing you. But a lot of men doesn't know that.
And you bunch of one forms from getting on from getting on. Only one man can say strong getting on one man can say, but
a lot of men doesn't know that.
Can I come in?
Yes.
Baba Jalikoko, you see the way a man in this platform this morning handled this women shenanigan. It's quite encouraging for women.
I agree with you.
Because that thing is supposed to be outright condemnation. No excuse. It should be outrightly condemned, more especially by the opposite sex being the men in question. There shouldn't be excuse of, but the way it is being discussed on this platform this morning showed so much encouragement for women for continuity. Because I don't know somebody who wants to own what is not his, that can walk away from him any time of his lifetime. Maybe probably when he needed it most. But the way everybody was chipping in this morning, they talk go like this, they talk go like this, they said the children. You are giving women the power to be going around after marriage to continue doing a bebe. That's what you people just discussed this morning. That because the children, they bring in children, that's okay. But let me tell you, okay, it's not good. I don't see the reason why a human being should do that to his fellow human being. That thing you can do to your fellow human being that is equal to killing the person. Because most men, when they get to know about it, somewhere slump and die.
They have stroke now. They have stroke. They will have issues. They turn to drugs.
And they're discussing it this morning, and the men in question are beating the drum of continuity for these women. These women are not supposed to be part of the marriage society. Honestly, sincerely speaking, they are not supposed to be part of what is called marriage. There's nothing wrong in you after they do it in US. A girl having 7 children from 7 different men. She's in the house the government gave her. That's okay. But such women are not supposed to be found in marriage institution. But men today are saying that it's okay for them to be in marriage institution. You are married to a man. You live with a man. The man is housing you, food, children. You keep going out to sleep with other men to bring in children. And the man is excited. Spending money on children that are not his. And men in the platform said, it's okay. And we are discussing it.
I'm not among those men. I'm not among those men.
Zita, because they have bond, it's okay.
Cut me out. I'm not among those men.
Yeah, no, let's play. It's one man. Let's be specific. Like they are. Let's be specific. One man
will quickly, but that's when you I'm not. This is the hierarchy. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. When you get married, then you have children. How the children come into the marriage, it's kind of secondary, be it biologically or from outside. Of course, you can go ahead and dissolve the marriage or annul the marriage, I guess. But if the children already come in during the marriage, like a contract, that's the risky part of it, I guess.
Right.
If it's the marriage is still existing, the man is responsible. The man is going to be responsible.
In this country, in your kudos to your state, by the way, for making that push. DNA should be mandated. It should be at childbirth. That will help with some of this nonsense. DNA should be at birth. What happens in America is that.
But men said it's okay for how a child comes into a marriage is secondary. Really?
It's not,
did somebody say that?
It's been so that yeah. You are enabling.
No. Say, but this is the thing. You say you have to understand law or policies. Okay? Yes, that's the way it works. If you get married, if the marriage hold on, the marriage is supposed to encapsulate the family. Okay, so if you get married, if you have a child outside of the marriage, I'm not saying it's something I would readily accept. But trust me, I'm much better compared to years back. But my point here is that the marriage protects the child in a child born in the marriage.
We get that. The point we're making is that it wasn't like the man voluntary, like you said. Okay, at the beginning,
But that's the risky part of it. I just said it.
I know.
Who's going to volunteer for that?
But men should not then enable that. You should try to change that part of the law.
But who should be responsible for it? The government? Or it's a business kind of. It's like a business.
Why don't you have an open relationship whereby she can be having children?
No, people make mistakes. That's not common. Nobody.
The principle of the problem. It's part of the problem. They are the enabling community around me. They are do that.
No. See, this is the BT. Allow me. You talk maybe Zita. You guys are talking like perfectionists. You talk about we don't live in the real world. Step out of it. I'm telling you about reality. That's what I'm saying.
By the way, should there be any jail term for lying about DNA? I'm just putting that.
That's the next thing. Then you put the children in a foster home and put the mother in jail. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so there's no. Okay, so because of that, we don't want to hurt the case, so therefore he goes cost-free, and we just
it's just the reality. I'm not supporting it, but it's just a fact.
Let me guess. She comes to church and she becomes born again, and all is forgiven too, right?
Of course.
Exactly. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So you see, you
don't believe in redemption.
Oh, but bullshit. Bullshit.
Really, Babati?
Yeah, redemption after the school the man up. You just fucking
you have to do something wrong for you to redeem now. So
Exactly. And such. Oh no, actually, it is in the Bible. Remember the woman that committed adultery.
Don't give me that. You know why I put that.
No. Well, apart from that, that's the point. See, such a woman or man who is an ideal candidate for Christianity or being forgiven. Christ said it himself. You don't forgive a perfect human being, a righteous person. It's not for that. It's for sinners like yourself.
Right. Yeah, forgiveness. Yeah, I just put my husband.
Forgiveness is different from you living with somebody you forgive. Can we get this right? That you tell the woman you cannot marry her again doesn't mean you've not forgiven her. I don't get that point.
Why should you forgive adultery?
Did you do any kind of penalty to her? All you said is that since your Ojolojolo cannot stay for one place, I want a woman that Ojolojolo will be in this house. So I don't want to have you again. So what is forgiveness? I've forgiven you. You can go with your children. So what is this? I beg you.
Prince Daddy, it's an unforgivable sin. I beg you.
Well, there's no sin that cannot be forgiven. It's to mock why Christ came in the first place. There's no sin that cannot be forgiven.
Religion not did this one. Religion not did this one.
If you're a Christian, you did that.
For those who are Christians, that's the only reason God said you should leave your wife. That is the only reason. If you find that she's going about doing ba everywhere, that is the only reason God said divorce her.
I mean, Prince will.
So I don't understand.
It is a legitimate reason, but it's not 100% that you must do it.
Oh God! Now it's about percentage. Now is it half percent?
You don't know past God.
It's in 10 commandments, number 7 or so.
I mean, Prince, man, stop doing
Baba, you have to come to after Christ. We're not talking about the old 10 commandments.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Hold on. Let's bring Adama in. You couldn't hold it back anymore, could you, Adama? You just from there. I was just imagining you, Adama, that no, I'm not going to join them. No, I'm not going to go in. No, I'm not. I can't take it. Let's have it. Let's have it.
So the conversation is about having DNA done in Nigeria, right? If I'm not mistaken, is that what the conversation is about?
It wasn't even. We were just going through some data that was telling us what was coming out of the DNA space, and what this data was establishing is that people doing DNA in Nigeria, the abundance of them, they are doing it for reasons of immigration. But then, of course, they also looked at the people doing it for paternity. And they were telling us that 27% out of the paternity DNA coming out of Nigeria is negative. So, which is to tell you that approximately 1 in 4 of the children calling somebody daddy, they are not their biological father. So it goes into further breakdowns, but I think that was the space that we were discussing. And then we went on then to asking who the victim is. That is the victim the children? Is the victim the man that discovers that those children are not his? Is the victim the wife? Oh, well, the victim is not the wife or the person that she's dating with, but who is more the victim in that sort of scenario? So that's where the conversation wraps around.
Oh, thank you. I feel like good evening, everyone. Baba Jen Lokoko, Madam AIBT, Prince Daddy, our co-host Thomas, Baba, greetings everyone. Nyoma, did I pronounce your name right? Greetings everyone. Hope you guys are enjoying your Memorial Day, Labor Day weekend. Well, I'm on vacation, so that's why I just popped in. I said, let me listen. Well, woman, the truth of the matter is the victim is the child. The victim is the child. And I would say the second person that is hurting, that's going to hurt more than anyone is the father, knowing that you raised a child and it turned out not to be yours. So do I believe DNA needs to be done in a hospital? before a child goes home to their parents. I'm open to that. Why not? Because the truth of the matter is, these generations, they're coming up with all sorts of things the way they want to do things. And at the same time, I do not understand why we have a lot of women who would do anything to have children or be unfaithful. So in order to prevent this from bringing kids home that do not belong to the family, I believe I am open for DNA to be done in the hospital. I support that part because that's wrong. And I can't imagine for a man, you're as excited as you get that you're going to have a brand new baby, like, your father and a first time father too. No, that's wrong. That is wrong. And there's one thing we must understand: a woman knows who the father of her child is. Accept a woman who is promiscuous, who sleeps around. But a woman who is responsible, she knows the father of her children. So that's what I have to say on that. And I have something to ask Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, when you brought religion into it, that's where I got confused. What part of the Bible did you say? You said something about forgiveness. Could you please elaborate on that, if you don't mind?
Well, yeah, thanks. Well, that's the whole essence of the New Testament. The reason why Christ came in the first place.
Prince Daddy, please give me 1 sec. Adama, how are you?
Doing good.
Yeah, yes. I just came to greet my sister and Madam Hey Hi too. Yeah. Happy
Thank you
Father's
so
Day.
much.
Yeah, happy Father's Day from Australia to everyone. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay.
So Thomas, you can't greet me too. Abi. I'm not Simbiabi. Greet me.
No, you are
I'm
not
here
special.
now. I am here too
Yeah.
now. What is all this
No,
now?
it's only to the ladies. No, I respect only the ladies today. Yeah. Happy Father's Day from Australia.
How can it be Father's Day and you only respect the ladies?
I mean, you see, one man, that is my point exactly.
Father's Day in Australia.
All these enablers is my point. They all do this to men. Is you one man, Prince Daddy Thomas, you are the enablers.
I came to greet Adama and Madam Ehai. Yeah, yes, yeah, go on.
Thomas, on Father's Day, you should be greeting the men.
No, yeah, Father's Day, yeah, don't worry. I just kept that because the lady, they gave us a good speech yesterday.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you're a Christian, again, the whole essence, that Christ came is to do the ultimate, in the sense that any sin can be forgiven. Jesus Christ is not going to die again on the cross. There's no amount, the amount of sin or the size of it that will warrant Christ coming back to die for it. So there's nothing it can do. Adultery, murder, name it. You can be forgiven. Now, it comes down.
Should you face punishment for those things, though?
Well, absolutely. It's a great question.
What are you saying now?
Great. Huh?
Now, what are you saying if you say they still should face punishment?
Well, because you conflicting. Hold on, you're conflicting the forgiveness of sin and the punishment that comes that is maybe warranted according to the law. See, if you understand, if you understand the essence, okay, the core of forgiveness really is about yourself. You, the victimized person. That's what it is, really. And you can take that burden and guess what? And unburden it, onto Christ. Christ can take it on 100%. That's the point here. So people think, look, well, that's okay. People think that forgiveness is actually about the other person. Not at all. It is actually the opposite. So if you ever been there, you would know that forgiveness actually helps you, the person that thinks they are hurt from the situation, and Christ can take it on. So the point here is that there's no amount of sin, there's no the type of sin that you would have committed that cannot be forgiven. Be forgiven. So I hope I answered your question, Adama. Yes, adultery can be forgiven. Absolutely.
Prince Daddy, I disagree with you. That's the
So
number
when you say,
7.
okay, yeah, Prince, that if you say adultery can be forgiven, women tend to stay with men who cheat. Even if after they have kids outside the home, they stay with the man. So my question to you is, why is it difficult for the man to stay with a woman once she commits an adultery?
If you ask me, I mean, other people can chime in. If you ask me, it's all about that territorial instinct, the animal instinct. That, well, I mean, I'm the alpha, I'm the man. It should not happen to me. It should not happen to me. It should be the other way around. Women should be more accepting and tolerant of such situation. And just like it's culture, and I think it crosses all cultures. Actually, black, white, or whatever. It's much harder for the men to accept it than women, and I think it's well documented in that regards. Is it right or wrong? I'm not saying that, but I think just putting out the obvious why it's much harder for the men, and also biologically, and that's why this woke people, when they're trying to change the definition of a woman, is kind of crazy. Biologically, the women are not the same as men. They are more if emotional, not emotional, but it's, I wish I have a different word to use. They're more bonding. They are more bonding to the situation, to the marriage, to the child, and that's why also not just in a marriage. An abused woman also, you can make the argument, Adama, an abused woman also tends to want to stay with the abuser. What about that?
One of the abused women wants to stay with her abuser. Sometimes
it's Stockholm syndrome, isn't it? Stockholm syndrome. Your connection sounds
right.
distant.
Oh,
Adama.
Is it better now?
Well, slightly, but carry on.
Adama, I think what Adama is trying to suggest here is that yes, if a woman committed adultery and she brought home another person's child, the husband should forgive her. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's for Prince Daddy said that adultery needs to be forgiven in a marriage. That's what he stated. And I pushed back on him and I said, why is it so easy for a woman to forgive the man when adultery is committed? But when a woman does it, then the marriage is completely over. That's what I'm saying. Why?
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because men and women look at sex differently. So one has the physical part of it, and the other one is more emotional part of it. So I think that would be one of the reasons that men and women are just wired differently. So the perception of what it means to the man, it's like a man cheats. When I was younger, like you cheat on a woman, right? She's not going to ask you about how was it. It's going to be more about, do you love her? She's more focused on the emotional part of it, and vice versa for a man. He doesn't care about the emotional part of his wife cheating. It's like is the man that slept with my wife, is he better than me in bed?
Then what happened when the child is involved in it? Then?
Yeah, when the child is involved, like if it's not yours, then we had this conversation earlier that it's tough for a man, because especially an African man, especially if that child is a boy, how the way African man wants a male child, the cultural, we want a male child. It's just the way we are wired. So it means more to a man, and also it also depends on the time that they found out. Imagine a man close to 60 years old finding out that his only son is not his. It hits him differently. So that's what I'm saying. And thank you, Adana, for actually placing the man second. You said the child, the man. One man said it was the child, the mom, the aunties, the dogs, the cat, the sheep, the
Why
neighbors.
are you listening to one man? Why are you listening to one man?
Him in the picture. I think it was trolling, but I get the point. But at least thank you for actually putting in that order. That's a fair way assessment. But Prince bringing the Bible into it, yeah, I thought the Bible was isn't the Bible one book? Does it have part 1 or part 2? You know, this idea for Old or New Testament is the same book, so I don't know why it came up.
All right, guys, let me shut it down at the front end. We carry on the conversation. Anybody that wants to come in can come in. I'm going to shut it down at the front end, and then we can carry on the conversation. It's gone past 5 hours. I don't think I have anybody to take over. Thomas is at work. It's only just I think it's probably on his headphone or whatever it is. But thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.